And now we're live on YouTube. So Eija, please welcome and give us your speech, please.
Hello, everybody. Good morning from Finland and Cumulus Secretariat. Just call me Eija, and I have many friends among you, and I'm so happy that Cumulus will have more friends thanks to you joining this great day today with our colleagues at PolyU in St. Petersburg, Russia. Many millions thanks for all you joining and organizing. It's been incredible achievement by these great guys. I met face-to-face, luckily, end of last year, 19 in St. Petersburg. Fantastic. About Cumulus and myself, I'm Secretary General to the association. I'm like Jurassic Park person, please laugh. Working for this association, one lifetime, 30 years. Let us celebrate together next year in June in Rome, our anniversary. But about Cumulus, couple of words. We were founded in 1990, as I said. Today we are 340 members from 61 countries. Quite nice number of universities from Russia. We are not seeking members for money. It's about sharing knowledge, best and even worst practices. We organize 2 times a year official Cumulus conference, and this beautiful day is a prelude, beautiful song for us to meet in 22 face-to-face. So let's go beyond the bloody virus, but onlining is nice as well. I'll be chatting the coordinates for Cumulus if you get interested. What is the website and email? We are answering to you almost 24/7. So all speakers, please go on. And I guess there will be a nice welcome by the university as well. So happy to be part of the gang today.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is, I feel, my pleasure and honor to greet all participants of the conference on behalf of our rector, Andrei Rudskoy. As a former head of this department, I want to say that in spite of being technical university, which was founded 121 years ago, we always had design programs. When the university was opened in 1902, already at that time, students of all technical fields had to take obligatory courses in drawing and architecture. And one may find traces of different educational programs in design through all this over 120 years. Today, training in design is concentrated in newly opened Graduate School of Design and Architecture. It had a very nice start, and I'm sure it will be successful. We are looking forward to see you here, physically, at the Cumulus conference of spring 2022. Because as I believe, and I've always said, Eija knows it, I always feel that no virus can extinguish thousands-year-old virus of design. I wish you success and a fruitful conference day. Thank you.
Welcome guys for our conference day. I'm very happy to greet you here. Thank you very much for Eija for saying such great words about our conference. Thank you for Alexander Kobyshev also. And I think just a small word, since we have a little bit of time, I would like to ask Simon Schur to say some words about our scope. So, Simon, please.
Hello, everyone. So I'm very glad to see all of you in our conference, and dear participants and guests of the online conference Design Vertical and Horizontal Growth. On behalf of the team of the Higher School of Design and Architecture of St. Petersburg Politechnic University, we're glad to welcome you to St. Petersburg, a city with an amazing history and multifaceted culture. In our high school, creative design is a priority direction of thoughts and concepts, both in the field of teaching classes and in the projects of the students we teach. Our high school graduates bachelors in industrial, graphic, informational design, as well as environmental design, and masters in communicative design. Our main goal is to graduate students of a high level of qualifications. They should be able to solve problems of a different nature and approach the solution in a systematic way. Our speakers will present unusually interesting material, talk about their research, share reflections on the topic of the creative industry within the general theme of a horizontal and vertical growth. So have a great day and interesting performances. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Simon. Thank you. So guys, let's say that we now are ready to start, but as I can see, we have almost 5 minutes before the official start of the plenary session. So if you please, I would like to say just a few words about how we are going to do this today. So we will be having 3 case speakers today. Michael Krohn, Zurich University of the Arts, Ksenia Diodorova, so founder and the art director of Bureau Gonzo Design, and Henrique Pessoa, the Politecnico di Milano University, whom I know for now already many years, and he is a really great teacher at Politecnico. So, as you know, since we now doing everything online with these digital technologies and we're streaming to YouTube, sometimes there could be some, I don't know, technical mistakes and everything else. So please don't judge us so much. But if something will happen, please just relink to the same links that we sent you yesterday and this morning, and everything will be fine. You also can ask your questions for the participants who are now inside the Zoom conference. You can ask your questions via chat, which is available now. And for the guests who are watching us on YouTube, please ask your questions in the live chat. So now I think I will give an introductory speech to our moderator, Vikenty Gryaznov. So, Vikenty, good morning. Please.
Hello. Yes. Hello. Hello to everybody. Okay. Today it's a very interesting day, and we have to start it positively. And our first speaker is Ksenia Diodorova. I hope she's here, but I cannot see her in our chat. But I don't know, maybe. She's the co-founder and art director of the multimedia storytelling bureau Gonzo Design. It already was done in 2006. She was having a background in communicative design and visual anthropology. Ksenia is using research together with branding tools and conceptual thinking in her work field. She was a jury member of Digital Storytelling Contest, World Press Photo 2020. And as you know, it's very good contest. And she is also author of Mythology, Multimedia of Design Strategies to Work with Sensitive Topics, Guideline for Prevention of Domestic Violence. Yeah, this is really serious work. And I want to give her a word to start her presentation, if she's here.
Yeah, just a second. We let her on.
I guess some technical problems.
No, it's not kind of problem. We're just trying to get in Ksenia in our Zoom
Okay.
Yeah. You know, this time of pandemic, everyone start to be a sort of professional using digital technologies, but from time to time, we need something to correct.
Okay.
So anyway, we have 5 minutes, as I can see on my watches. So please just relax and enjoy today's meeting. So just in a few minutes, Ksenia will start.
Okay. Okay.
So, as far as I can see, Ksenia is here, right? Ksenia, can you hear me?
Yep.
Good
Hi.
morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, please.
I think we have 5 minutes more, no?
Oh, we have a little bit, but since now we are all set and everyone is here, I
Okay.
think that we can start. So it will give us an opportunity to ask maybe a few more questions, right?
Right. Just I need to change my picture to the proper one.
Thank you very much.
Here we go. Is it okay with the connection? Do you hear me well?
Yes, everything is okay. We can start.
Absolutely.
Great. I would start immediately from my presentation. Yeah. Hello, everybody, and great to meet you all here and to talk about all these creative topics. And I hope that probably we will have some questions after I tell what I was planning to tell. My name is Ksenia Diodorova, and I am co-founder of visual communication studio Gonzo Design. And I think to go forward, I have to tell a couple of words about what we are doing actually in the studio. The thing is that Gonzo Design was founded in St. Petersburg 14 years ago, and it was quite a traditional communicative studio, and we were producing like quite typical for graphic designers projects in the field of branding, conceptual visual platforms for commercial organizations, and etc. And but I'm always saying that I had some secret life in this time as well. And this life we can call visual anthropology, because in all my free time, I was traveling with anthropologists and ethnographists worldwide, making research about the people and about small communities, and in most of the cases, these communities were quite isolated, and they were, how we say now, in some kind of a risk group of people. And one day, after one of these anthropology research finished with the big project about labor migrations from Central Asia to Russia, and it was like 6 years ago, and it ended with that we made a big book, exhibitions and educational program, multimedia interactive storytelling about labor migrants. I mean, not about the typical graphic design topic, but about a really quite tough issue. And then came the moment when in the portfolio of Gonzo, you can find women in hijab, labor migrants, people with severe disabilities and all that. And it was the moment when we decided that all the tools that we normally see as a prime missions or prime characters of design, how to make like beautiful, functional, how to make useful and accessible and visible something, why not to use it and to apply these skills and branding tools as well to a really tough, unwelcome, unpopular topics about the people and about the issues that we have in the field of social relations and social climate and all that. And so if we talk about design as an intersection of these three areas, I just would propose to think about how the definition of function of design is changing now. So I think that since the level of consumption and the level of big abundance of different products, visuals, information, and all that, probably the function of design now is changing as well. It's not only about making something, I don't know, beautiful around us, or making something to be possible to be sold or whatever. So we were thinking that probably design of today or design of the future is to build connections between people, and it's not probably more about designing the products, but more about designing relationships and attitude to the things. So, and then probably you would ask me, what do we sell then? And after this, probably such words will appear. So we don't maybe sell anymore, like, I don't know, water, coffee, biscuits, bank programs for economics or whatever. So we try to sell these quite difficult and quite unmaterial words, such as empathy or tolerance or human rights or something. So, and that's the point where probably anthropology and design really intensively meet with each other, because anthropology is the science when we study how people live, how do they behave between each other, what issues do they have in the communication, what future they are dreaming of, and all that quite deep and quite interesting questions, actually. And I think that this background of being visual anthropology helped me to contemplate and to research people, communities, and to bring me to the idea that probably the new function of design is to not probably change something in the area and in the world where we live, but to think about these links and connections and attitudes in the society. So actually, I think that here we can come to the idea that today design creates three very important things, or is able to create three important things: space for dialogue, awareness, and rules for the game. And I think that I will show you a couple of examples of the projects that we are doing now, and try to illustrate with them what I mean. So for the space for the dialogue, I mean when design provides us the space as a like diplomatic art or diplomatic tools, which let people to talk to each other on some quite uncomfortable topics, and let people meet who normally don't meet in their ordinary life. And here I would show the project that we did about psychoneurological asylum in Russia. It's how to say, it's like asylum for the adults with multiple mental and physical disabilities. And we made a multimedia installation in the very central shopping mall in St. Petersburg in Russia, and it was very interactive, and it looked like a part of the shopping mall. I mean, being very modern with speakers, you could touch and communicate with some iPads with that, which you also were able to interact with. But it was in the shopping mall, and it was about one of the most toughest topics in Russia today. And so here in this gallery that we put, that we integrated in the space of I don't know, palace of consumption, the shopping mall. So we tried to show people the topic that they were not ready to interact with, but the combination of aesthetic way of showing that, and of people of designing the scenarios of interaction, what we can also call as UX, led us to involve and engage audience really deeply in the content. I can say that during 3 weeks, we reached 20,000 people deeply engaged in the topic. So they were the people who spent inside more than 5 minutes. And there were, and I can say that 3 of these people, of these 20,000, started to work in the asylum as a volunteer in the long-term project. So actually, it's really quite, it was really quite effective. When I'm talking about the awareness, I would say that we can give to a serious and probably not black and white topics some new meanings and some new impulse to talk around, to build some attention space around it. And here I want to show you some screenshots from the digital project which we are launching now. It's the project about women rights in contemporary world, and about and it's UGC project, so it's based on a lot of, like, I don't know, hundreds of stories of different women around Russia and their perception of their role in contemporary world. So, and here intersecting also quite contemporary visuals and all these aesthetic tools that we normally use, but we talk about some social issue, and we invite people to take part in and to share their stories and their opinion, which is also quite important. I think character of contemporary design is that it's not only we designer, the authors or creators, but we also give the opportunity to cooperate and to co-create with the audience. So we create the tool for some collective creation. And the third thing, I think that the game is really very important word for the future today, because now it seems that everything should be gamey, and the game is one of the very important tools to engage the people. And I mean, not game just a game, like, but a game as a scenario for action and for behavior. So, and here I would love to show you one of the last games that we did. Unfortunately, it's all in Russian, but I will tell you that it's some kind of a messenger game where you can, and it was created for parents to bridge the gap between their youngster children. And this is the game which exists in a form in a form of translator, where the parent is able to translate the language of the parent, of the adult, to the language of the youngster. And by means of that game, the parent is able to find new ways and new tools for communication and problematic issues with the children. And it exists in the as a chat where you really like type the messages and you are messaging with your kid, like the situation like you are messaging with the kid. And also it was also using UGC user-generated content tools, because we also made really huge research around the parents with the youngster children, and we used a lot of archive and documents and real chats when we were creating this thing. So these are three ideas that I see as like some kind of a new functions of design of probably we will have in a future time. And I really think that now we can use creative skills and visuals and UX as a very important tool to build important aspects in society. Yeah, I think I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much. It was very interesting. And I have a question from one of the viewers. And it's, could you tell us please more about how technology spreads the empathy and respect? Because we see the different things right now in internet, for example.
Actually, the first thing I would love to say is that technology, I believe, and actually Tim Cook from Apple also believes in that technology doesn't change anything. Technology is just making more visible our powerful and our weak sides as humans. So, but I think that if we talk about how technology can promote empathy, it's all about it's not about technology, it's about the content and about the stories that we are telling and how we design processes between our products and our audience. And I also always tell to our students that if the most relevant product for you to communicate with your audience will be postcards, which are not technology at all, use it. So I think that it's a big myth about the importance of importance of the form. I think we also always have to think more about what is inside the form, and the shape is can be really different. It's not necessarily has to be technological or digital.
Mm-hmm. So it means that we don't have this vertical growth in words.
I don't think so, actually.
Because vertical, as according to our topic, it's technology one.
Yeah, I think that definitely technology is improving. Definitely, we now have more and more instruments to talk about the things and to create different things. But technology is only the tool. And
like
I
emoji.
think, yeah, and I think that it would be really great if we shift a little bit to discuss more about senses and messages that we are passing by means of technology.
Okay. Okay, I understood. Thank you very much. I don't know if we have any questions. Grigorii, do you have any news about questions from other connections?
Yes, I think we have a question from Anna Lindberg from Cumulus. And she's asking, do you think our feelings get more numb with more technology?
Sorry, more what?
More numb with more technology. You can find this question in our Zoom chat.
Okay.
It means numbers, I think, no? No?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you for specifying this word.
Okay.
It's quite difficult, actually, question, but I even have I even have a slide, but I deleted it from my presentation. The slide was showing different emojis from Facebook and other social networks. And normally I show this slide, you know, like cool, cry, happy, love, all these tints of emotions. And I think that technology and this, how to say, digital interface, which describes our feeling as stamps, as an icons, as in something, I don't know, just like not black and white, by okay, 10 tints, definitely raise these questions about are our feeling really like only 10 or only 20? But physically and emotionally, I believe that people still have a lot of gradients of emotions and feelings. And I really like to compare the portraits that were done by Francis Bacon with these emoji icons, because Francis Bacon, all his life, was studying the question of this, you know, million of tints of the feelings that can be experienced by the human being. And I really think that technology are changing, I don't know, much faster than actually the nature of the human being, and the ability to feel and to experience something is still very powerful. And I think that probably also the mission of designers today is to provoke people to feel deeper and more rich gradients of emotions.
Yeah, you're completely right. Yeah, provoke people. Yeah, that's what we all do. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe any other question? We have only 3 minutes before Michael starts. No? Grigorii?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Ksenia, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. And thank you also our guests and friends for questions that have been asked. So now it's almost nearly time to start for Michael Krohn. So please, Vikenty, can you introduce him for our auditory? Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Hello, Michael. Michael, he is industrial designer, researcher, and lecturer. He's from Zurich University of Arts. He's a professor. He holds a position as the head of the Center for Sustainability at the Zurich University of Arts. Furthermore, he is responsible for internationalization of design department. He is lecturing and publishing about design topics. Okay, we are welcoming you. Please, you can start your presentation. We are really happy to see you.
Okay, so hello from my side and thank you for the introduction. So I like to share now my screen. Let me check. So I guess you see now my presentation, is this right? Okay. So I like to talk a little bit about the so-called creative industry. And as an educator and as an acting designer, for me, it's interesting how the so-called creative industries alters or changes the design education in the future. Let me check. So, okay. Okay. First of all, I draw two questions. The whole world, or at least the education world of design, is talking about the creative industries. And I ask myself, is this the only or the most important workplace for design in the future? And looking back a little bit on our history as design education institutions, I like also to ask a little bit, how can we further develop our qualities and talents for challenges which maybe come after the so-called creative industry? But looking a little bit back in our tradition, so you know that art and design universities, they are like more than 100 years old, most of them. So we have a role in the society, but we have also a role in the economy. What we did and still do, we educate for industry and culture. We produce something. Ksenia showed like the newest productions from us, but we mainly produce objects, services, media. Then we have also own theory and the philosophy. For example, talking about aesthetics is something which belongs to art and design university. So we claim that we not only produce, but you have also a building of theory and philosophy. And mostly what we do, we have so-called disciplines, graphic design, industrial design, photography, whatever it may be. And we try to train students to be skilled artists or designers for a specific labor market. And I think this is or was a major shift was in 2001 when Great Britain found that there is something like there's something which bonds all these disciplines together, and this is the so-called creative industry. So this term was introduced. Even we as experts know that there is something like that, but they pointed this very, very well out. And they said, okay, what is this creative industry from? And this is here the original text from 2001. Industries which origin from individual creativity, skill and talent, which have the potential for wealth and job creation through the generation and exploitation of intellectual property. There was much more written about, but I think this is the core sense of this so-called creative industry. Looking at that, something happened which we as designers were aware only later. So they shifted our disciplines towards economy and a little bit away from culture. So the focus then was more quantitative than qualitative. So design and art was seen as part of the economy. So you may say either you produce cars or you produce, I don't know, food, or you produce design. So that's more or less the same. And we know as designers that also there are a lot of remarkable design achievements which are not economically successful, but which contributed a lot to our discipline. So I think this was like 2001, and I guess in the future, let's say 2025, we have to tackle with a lot of new topics which cannot be solved by the so-called creative industry. We have a large leap of digitalization, technology industry, sustainability, climate change will affect us. The industry and the economy are in sharp disruption. Our society changes, diversity comes up. We work much more interdisciplinary. We have a holistic approach, and the whole globalization, migration, and new emerging markets are facing our institutions and our discipline. So that's what is affecting us, and this cannot be solved by the simple notion of creative industries, and we should produce talents for this creative industry. So how can we cope with these upcoming challenges? And I'm sure these will be maybe more, but these will be the most important challenges in the future. We should train our designers to have a much more holistic approach. Only disciplinary thinking is too limited. A lot of developments must be reflected with creativity and curiosity. We must be much more, as an educational institution, we must be much more courageous. We have to take an active cultural, societal, and critical role. Entrepreneurial thinking is not only to make a startup or build a company, but it's also a metaphor for education. So our students should start entrepreneurial thinking, not for the economy, but for their own education. So they are the managers of their own education. And I think this is very important, the value of design is not only counted by the economic success. So in this respect, I would say be curious. Be much more curious and do not only serve needs who coming from the outside, let's say from the economy or from the government. What means this? I mean, these are all terms which I show you now, which are known terms in design education. But if you would like to shift to upcoming challenges, we can't find a new land with an old map. And I think a lot of institutions still educate with this old map of design, like serving some sort of industry. And I think we cannot tackle completely upcoming challenges with this old map. So we have first to draw a new map. And we are designers, and we are really good in that. We can discover, we have critical thinking, we explore, we questioning existing situations. We are good in analyzing, in forecasting, in creating, inventing. We can embed technologies, we can narrate, we can prototype, we can display, and a lot more. So the role we had in the society, in the economy, let's say 50 years ago, that we really were the inventors and change makers of societies, we lost that a little bit in my view. Since we are serving a so-called creative industry or a creative economy, or we are counted as a creative class, which we are, but not only that. So looking at creativity, and I think that's the basic of our character. You can choose what you are, and I think every student who is graduating from one of our universities has either to decide if you want to be part of an existing industry. So this is established, very stable, very reliable. You can measure the success. So that means you go to the economy, the industry, probably employed. Or you can go on the left side, may be surprised from the context. It's unpredictable. So it's much more courageous. So you end up some sort of field of the culture, art, and authorship. So, and now we come to the point. I mean, we are, as design institutions, we are the basics for this, or we give the basics for this decision for our students, where I want to be, on the left side or on the right side. And as we all know, they say, come to the dark side, we have cookies. So the existing industry says, okay, we can deliver that and we can feed you. Fair enough. A lot of students like to go there because there seems to be success, there seems to be money and interesting jobs. But on the other way, we are serving a certain economic system. So I think it's not the role of students to change that. It's much more our role of design universities, like shifting our education for future challenges. And that means that we as design institutions, universities, but also incubators, all the stuff which is around us, so should first questioning the education of design. So how do we educate our designers? Is this often simply disciplinary thinking, this training for jobs? Is this the role we have in the future? What is the role in general of design? Are we serving a certain market, or are we not much more explorers of societies, of industries? And I think also we have to question the boundaries of design. So let's say next to us there is probably nature science, social sciences, there are engineers, there are marketeers, there are other like disciplines. And they always try to say, okay, that's design and you're a designer, you have to do that. But who says these boundaries are fixed? I think we should also questioning these boundaries. In general, where are the boundaries of design? I think we can contribute much more if we break out of our boundaries. So break the boundaries. How can design contribute? First of all, who learns from whom? I think that's a very interesting question. Do we only learn from our professional teachers, or are there other sources of creativity and learning environments? Who collaborates with whom? So do we only collaborate with industry, or not, probably more with society, with political sciences? Where are we involved? So who is involved and where? So where we put our students and our trainings. So is this only the existing industry, or are we discovering more? So this asking this, the probably answer is to go more to interdisciplinary approaches, to have a global understanding of design, to ask also if design has a political role, on intercultural definition of design, to participate and equal application of design, and to amplify also our effect of our education. So that means the design education in the future probably should alter. So today it's a design of objects, media, information for an existing industry, which we already good know. So, but probably in the future is more the design of systems and processes which have a holistic view on the world. We design social transformation, and we design also the relation between human. We design probably new business models. We help to be innovative. Sustainability becomes more and more important. So we design environments and how we use resources. We design new education formats. So that's like designing education and not only objects or informations, and how we use the smart technology which stands around us. So that means for us as institutions, we should be much more courageous. So we should prepare our design education for uncommon topics which are not known yet, which are often very, very complex to understand in unfamiliar regions. Let's say 90% of the design achievements are for only 10% of world population, and the rest does have no use of design at all. In new relations, so try to make new collaborations in collaborative projects with a global perspective, developing much more our own methods, which are unique to design. And first of all, and I think that's the most important question, how do we define what we do and what are the right questions for that? So, and still at the end, I think we don't have to lose our qualities. Use the unique skills we have by talent and by education. So we are designers, we are different than engineers, social sciences, chemists, or biologists. Then, in my experience, no one can describe possible futures better than we. So show how the world should be in the future. Even we can't produce it, but we have the strong feature of imagination and scenario building. We should be more creative, more curious, and more courageous in our fundamentals. So that means try to evoke that in students instead of building or educating them for an existing market. So that's what I want to show you. It's I know that some of design educations go this way. I think that's very, very important that we go forward with our own profession and that we a little bit break the cage of this so-called creative industry, which I think is not or delivers not the solution for upcoming challenges we all have. So thank you for your attention, and probably there are some questions to that contribution.
Thank you very much, Michael. Yes, we have a few questions. One is from Dr. Anton Fedosov, and his question is, how can we better communicate values of design beyond creative industries? For example, IT, biomedicine, finance. Mm-hmm. Those often see design limited to design thinking.
Yeah, that's true. And I think design thinking, even I think that's a very good method, or let's say a very good approach to design, is overtaken by other disciplines at the moment. We see a lot of design thinking courses here in Switzerland by economic universities, by engineers, but that's not what we meant when because actually we are the founders of design thinking, and we lost it a little bit. Today, everybody is doing design thinking, and this doesn't help us. And coming to that question, I would say simply collaborate with other disciplines, try to start projects. As I said, the best we could do is making good projects together with other disciplines. This makes them aware what we can do, and that they have to, that the big success lies in the collaboration between design discipline and other disciplines. And I think a holistic approach is very important. Today we see design universities, we see universities of nature science and other types, and we have also to break these boundaries, because I think the upcoming challenges cannot be solved by this solely disciplinary thinking.
Okay, thank you. We have another question from Fan Chen from chat in Zoom. Thank you, Professor Krohn. One question: how to progress our design education under COVID-19 epidemic context? What if this condition will be normalization? Then what? Thanks.
So the last part I didn't understand.
What if this condition be normalization? Then what?
Okay, that's a tricky question, because I guess, but that's just I assume that our society solved this problem. Earlier or later, we will have a vaccine, and probably this goes away like other diseases we had in our tradition. So probably there will be a status of normal in the next year, probably. I don't know. But if not, I think we as humans, we are very good in adapting. So when COVID-19 started this March, we were very helpless. So we tried, how do we arrange our teaching? It was very messy, make progress. So we have interactive courses, we have mentorings, we have one-to-one teachings. There are a lot of creative forms who came up. And I think that's, if this is the new normal, that we say, okay, we have to go on with that. I guess that human kindness is so clever and so creative that we find forms which we can overcome that. And what I think what is very important, that the result is not the same as before. So we have to face that, like the new designers we teach that way will be other designers than before. I don't know what kind of, but it definitely change the attitude of designers.
Okay, the last question. We have only 1 minute, but it's a question from Eija, Salmi, and it's, does an educational model curriculum is built up? How does it serve with graduates? Does it impact the environment around?
Yes, it's the question is a little bit, what is the environment around? And I guess the environment around was the so-called, I said, this creative industry, which is defined by normally it's defined by some sort of economic ecosystem. And I guess that what we should really serve is to go beyond that. I see a lot of designers who are not interested anymore to go in this economy or in this industry. They say, okay, I know I get a job there, a good paid job, I do projects, but I'm not interested in that. I like to, let's say, change the world or do something good for the world. So they work together with NGOs, with migrants, or they go to Africa or whatever they do. And I think we should support them, because looking back to our tradition, this was often our role. If you look at Bauhaus, or if you look at Ulm or Cranbrook, a lot of really good steps forwards came from this out-of-the-box thinking, and we are good in that.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I forgot to turn on the microphone. Thank you very much, Michael. Yeah, and we are heading to the next person. It's Henrique Pessoa Pereira Alves. Am I right, Grigorii? Yes, hello, Henrique. Yes, Henrique, he has a PhD. He teaches landscape architecture at the Polytechnic of Milan. He has collaborated with the postgraduate course Green Design in Urban Spaces at the Faculty of Agriculture in University of Milan, and with the Master of Landscape Architecture at the Faculty of Architecture of the University of Venice. So, Henrique, you're welcome to make your presentation.
Thank you so much. And,
may I just say a few words to Henrique? Henrique, I'm so glad to see you here with us today. Bom dia, bom dia.
Bom dia. I'm so honored to participate in this meeting, and I would like to thank you so much, Grigorii, because you are dear friends from I don't know how many years, so I'm very glad to participate in this meeting. Thanks a lot for the invitation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot to you. Okay, so I would like to try to to share my. I'm going to try to do this. Just 1 second, because presentation. Yeah. No, that's okay. So the aim of this talk is to share with you some considerations, some reflections about in the very end, the practice of the landscape design in this period, in this time of, in this context of the creative industry. So my first question was, okay, creative in the industry leads to a creative landscape, right? So this was my first question. And then I would like to show you or to speak to you some assumptions that, for example, the first is each historical period had produced particular landscapes, right? And in that process, the landscape design practice in the reality leads with the management of the processes of transformations, right? That's what a landscape architect try to do. And in the very end, this attempted is to fulfill the human needs, right? So then we have to understand the human needs related, of course, to different historical periods. So in this way, and another assumption is that comes from the 60s, when this ecological awareness comes into power, have been, you know, divulgated and have sprouted a lot. And this conception, this awareness comes into what was very incorporated into the necessity to care about environment, right? So this is the assumptions that we have to understand to try to figure out what's going on in this historical moment, right? So you are living in this fourth industrial revolution, and that industrial revolutions was brought by this changing into the technology of information and communication, of course. And then this information, this technology had created what we used to call creative industry. But then the picture, the frame of our historical periods nowadays is this high technology and information and communication, of course, creates a new economy, a new way of life, okay? New social organizations and new production forms. These plus the very, very important question that is the world's population, that we reach, you know, unprecedented numbers of global population. And another very important question that makes this picture of our historical period is that this population nowadays is concentrated in urban realities. So we have context never before happened in the previous historical moments. Plus, in this exact moment, we have the COVID-19. And another question that is linked with this context, this scenario, is the new concept of the city itself, right? So the city itself is not any longer the concept of the city, have completely changed. So nowadays we speak about territorial cities, you know, mega cities and things like this. And the dimensions of these spots, urban spots, take dimensions like, for example, this 93 kilometers by 50. So it's huge dimensions. And of course, these situations brings to the light questions like, okay, the quantity of energy used for the metabolism of this big balls, and of course the creation of pollution and debris and things like this. Okay, so our moment is plain of this this problem. So this is, for example, and if you look closer to this urban spots, you can see how spread it is, right? How consolidated it is, how dense they are, and how vertical they can be, right? And together, this sprawl takes, problems like not just the urbanization itself, but brings together problems like social, economic, and not least, but because probably this is the most dangerous question, is the environmental questions linked to this sort of sprawl, right? So this condition that is unfortunately the global condition nowadays, right? So let's come to the realm of the possibilities of the landscape design practice. That is our theme in this moment. We are trying to find out what is this needs. So the questions are, for example, which one are these needs that the landscape design practice must fulfill in this moment, okay, through the landscape actions, right? And the other question that, okay, our historical moments have changed, and we could understand the panorama, okay, the frame in which we live today. But one question that is very important is that that needs are the same, you know, from our previous experience, or the creative industry and this historical moment, this technology have changed completely into something else that we have no idea, or just a part of our idea about this, even because we have to search this to be able to fulfill these necessities, right? And for example, what you can say about, for example, the virtual reality. Is the virtual reality one possibility to fulfill, for example, the needs of the people? I have some doubts about, or better, lots of, okay, very personal visions about this, because, for example, virtual reality can probably fulfill some needs, psychological needs, but I don't know if is that needs we have to provide for people nowadays. And what about the augmented reality? Can you just try to offer this for the people in the cities to enhance the quality of life in the people in cities? Okay, I have doubts about this. And then it comes to my mind the necessity to get back to bases, even because, for example, if you take a look on the past in our history, and just take a look on the Vitruvius, theory, the architecture, when they speak about the needs in the design process of the cities, and probably what have changed from them to today, right? If you read, for example, his tips about how to proceed in this, how are the necessities of the people, we can find that that necessities is still today valid. So what you are talking about, okay, what can you offer to get a better way of life, better quality of life, and so on. And of course, through, of course, the design of the landscape, right? So get back to the basis. And in doing so, you are trying to put man back to the center of the project. We have to think and to discuss about this because, you know, and putting nature back to the fore, right? Put it in the first plan, right? Again, try to depart from this necessity, right? So in doing so, I selected some watchwords that can conduct us into some vision about what to do, what is necessary, what is important. So then comes to us this necessity to save, to reuse, to preserve our free time. For example, this is very clear nowadays how important is preserving our free time, even because the technology offers us some possibilities to do this. How do you proceed it? How do you use it in your daily life, right? So give up unnecessary things and, you know, recuperate and create systems and things like this. Slow down and look by another point of view, right? So, and then that are, you know, the watchwords that come, how can we say, direct, give us some tips about how to proceed, what is important, and how can you understand the role of the landscape design in this specific historical period, okay? And one important thing is just understand that landscape design must be much more ethical than just statical, right? Because there are some confusions, because the landscape have become a fashionable term, a word in our time. And there are lots of misunderstandings when we speak about, you know, landscape itself. There are lots of confusions and completely wrong uses, and in doing so, there is this terrible process of greenwashing, for example, that is completely directly related to the landscape question nowadays. And then another question that is quite important to understand is how the concept of sustainability, because you are talking about how to preserve, how to enhance the quality, environmental quality. So how can you use this concept when you are talking about the landscape management, the landscape design itself, right? That's a quite important question, okay? That have been understood and linked to the watchwords that I presented you before, right? So what can you do in these terms in today, of course, with the possibilities you have just to enhance the quality of life in cities, right? That is probably the most important issue in this exact moment. Okay, then I will just take a quick look about the materials and the factors that make up, a landscape project. What are our material? What are our considerations? Just to fully make you understand what you are talking about. So there is probably in this case no space for technological news unless you use it in the best way to guide people in a different way of using the cities, for example, or use the territories itself. But that's all, right? Because we had to tackle, for example, the actual city. We have to do with the soil, the plant material, and we care about the climate situation, the geographical position, orography, identity of the sites, of course, culture, economics, of course, but some things that are most of them tangible things, right? Even because we are talking about living creatures, right? So we have to provide elements to keep alive this sort of population. And for example, in all that scenarios leads us to for example, some examples how to proceed in this case, right? Because what to do nowadays with the scenery and the possibilities we have in terms of the management of the landscape. So, for example, stimulating the gentle mobility, okay, the mobility douce, okay, slow mobility. So how to proceed in it, okay? How can you enhance this? How can you create this new possibility just to make possible for the people try to find out another possibilities of using cities, right? And for example, introducing, I don't know if it's introducing is the right term, but a new poetics, okay, new ways of understand, for example, the beauty of the sites and the beauty what is important or not as important, because you have to talk about this change of moment. So probably what you had considered a beautiful landscape in the past, of course, nowadays, even the concept of landscape itself have changed completely. So we nowadays have to care about, the ordinary landscape. So we have to care about the quality of the ordinary landscape, right? We are not just talking about the beauty landscape, even because what is beauty, right? Probably have changed this concept nowadays itself. So I just for finish this, select some tips, right? Very simple things, have simple ways to create this new form, giving people a new possibility of using cities in complete different ways. For example, just creating paths, okay, pedestrian paths through the city, okay, reconnecting things, okay, considering like this, transforming, for example, abandoned places into something else, right? Okay, just given the possibility, a new possibility for the people using in a different way. For example, in this imagine that have been completely transformed, one site in Berlin into a sort of, place to rest, to stay there, and this is incredible thing. And to do this is so simple, okay? We don't have to make big works, spend lots of money, for example. That's quite simple. Or, for example, what happened in Paris, for example, this is a super good example, transforming, even if temporary, okay, the dynamic of the city, transforming it into something else, right? Just in this case, closing a very trafficked, okay, road in the downtown, and make people just to use it into a completely different way, right? And people receive it like, you know, a very positive element, okay? In this case, they can experience, okay, the same city, but in a completely different way, right? And of course, in doing so, we have created a brand new landscape, right? And we could offer people a new way of life, perceiving the city, using the city, and so on. And for example, even in our public spaces, public parks, of course, because the question of ecological issues must be faced in our projects. Of course, even the poetics of what we know from the past, what could be a park, an urban park, have changed, right? Because our points are completely different. Our needs are completely different. So this new way of conception of design these public spaces have changed. Then nowadays, what in the past probably this space could be, you know, represented like you know, abandoned place or things like this. People don't used to go to such spaces like this, but nowadays this is a new conception, and people can fully understand the importance of these places and feel like very important to proceed in this sense, okay? And even, for example, the management of our public gardens and parks have changed, and nowadays you can fully understand, for example, when you found a situation like this, for example, the necessity to keep it during some months a year in this way, right? Just because the ecology of the site and the importance of providing the enhancement of the biodiversity. And of course, the management of the storm waters, how to integrate that problems in the designs, or the reuse or the transformation of former infrastructures. In that case, transform it into a public park, but keeping, okay, the vegetation, the natural vegetation that have grow up during the abandoned period. So this is very important, even a very important question to be transmitted to the normal people, right? To fully understand the importance of these situations, okay? And again, using forgotten spaces, transforming these forgotten spaces, and in this case, for example, doing silent things. For example, in this case, is infrastructure, okay? Is a very impactant infrastructure, urban infrastructure that in some days of the week, they are closed to the cars, and then people can use it. And people use it a lot, okay? Because this is a completely new form of use the city. And in this way, the landscape created have changed completely just by this very simple action, right? Okay.
We have only 1 minute. Yeah.
Okay. I got it finished. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was a little bit longer. I'm sorry for this. Okay.
No problem.
So creating, for example, spaces, different spaces, even more spaces for people, even just closing parts of the road streets and give them back to the people. And the last thing that I would love to read with you is how important is just changing the way you can understand the new landscape. That's all. Thank you so much for your attention. And sorry for if I be a little bit longer. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Henrique. Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you.
Maybe any questions? Okay. Oh, yes. We have one question from Dmitry Mareev. Thank you for wonderful presentation. In St. Petersburg and in other huge Russian cities, modern landscape is to build as much buildings as possible at this area, 25 plus floor walls. People buy apartments here because it's only that they can buy. Specialists know that buildings without infrastructure, parks, and etc. is a big problem in the future. Also, in Soviet times was built a lot of concrete blocks, 19 to 16 floors, and it's also not a comfort place for living. What will be in the future with these territories? I guess it's about 1/3, half part of cities. It's so hard to renovate or revitalize it. Maybe 2 minutes, yeah, for the answer. Yeah.
Okay, then. Okay. Yes, it's very interesting, even because, thanks a lot for your question. Even in this exact moment, I have three students in my classes, from Russia, students that are in thesis with me, and so I know from the very close these problems in the cities. So of course we have to face this economic problem. Of course, architects, landscape architects, are not in charge in the economics, right? You can offer different things. We can offer new possibilities of using. So what you can do is just try to analyze the fabric, what can be done in terms of transformation, the creation of, for example, new possibilities of new uses of the city, okay? Because I'm completely sure that there is these possibilities anyway, right? Of course, nowadays, it's quite difficult for us find big spaces to create big parks, for example, right? Because time is over and the cities are very concentrated, as you know, more than the world population lives in cities. So, of course, the density are incredible high. And then we have to create, to insinuate through these fabrics, right? We have to try to figure out tiny spaces and try to link it into a system, right? Because when you speak about landscape, you are speaking about systems that can be, okay, of course, most of them ecological systems, but you are talking about systems. So just trying to figure out small possibilities and link it together. And in the very end, we can promote a better quality of life, at least, because of course we can't make actions against, big buildings and things like this. Unfortunately, we can't. But nowadays there is this new awareness. People understand how important environmental is. So there is another sensibility in terms of the necessity to care and to preserve as much as possible the environmental. So probably, yeah, if we start trying to do things and to make actions, probably they can grow up and can offer people these possibilities to a better life in cities.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Henrique.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Dmitry, for very interesting questions. Okay, right now we have a discussion panel, and I want to invite Dmitry to join us. I know that Ksenia has left us, so she went to her train, and I think we can discuss the questions that we have from Mike Ustamanolakis. He made this question during your Michael presentation, and it's what would you say is the current goal or objective of design education? Has it changed since the UK published that creative industries document nearly 20 years ago? Or maybe it's not changed. So this is the main question for this panel. What is the current goal and objective? What do you think, guys?
Okay. Yes, this is something I know. It's really interesting to think about. And I take now the terms of our network, Cumulus, which is a global design education network. And this question really fits to that network. It's something we think about a lot. First of all, if you look globally, there is a big difference between, let's say, the so-called very good developed countries, which have a very differentiated system of design industry, and there are other regions and countries which have not even reached the status of the so-called creative industry. So that there is a huge gap between the different design educations if you look worldwide. But coming to that point, what he's asking, yes, I guess we have to do this shift. We reached that already, so we are part of this creative industry very well. But I think it's time to think about what do we aim in the future. And I think if I look at the role, and this really fits to the contribution we just heard from Henrique, I guess not making beautiful landscapes and not delivering something beautiful, which nobody knows what actually is beautiful by that. But I guess that's important that we think. Sorry, that's my phone call. That we think what is our role, and that this was part of our contribution. Not what is the role of design, what is the role of design education. So that's the important thing we should think about. And I guess we have different options, and we still must be attractive for these sort of people we have in our universities. Let's say sometimes our students are a little bit outsiders. There are talents which are not able to go to a nature science university or to a social science university. You have some sort of, let's say, this shabby rest of very creative, but often very strange people. But we have to build out something of that talent. And this, I think, is not anymore serving any type of industry. But we have to find the role, and that's the responsibility of the universities. Not of the politics, not of our students. That's our role. What do we educate in the next future?
Okay, I know that Dmitry he also asked very good question, because it's really controversial what you are saying right now. And Dmitry asked, because he said that 90% of real cases for industrial designers is to design a box made of folded steel sheet metal, like phone, for example. What is better, teach students for the future challenges, or for present challenge, or for the present challenges? So yeah, Dmitry, you can ask Michael about it in person. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Because for me, it's two worlds. What is now in Russia and what is will be in the world in near future. And because we can prepare a student for example, for design process, for huge things, for environment problem, global challenges. But if he will stay in Russia working market, for example, in this year, he will not find work because a lot of projects for industrial designer is in a low level, like a box of steel, sheet metal. And I think our goal for make a good education is to take a compromise between real world and near future, to make a student who can think, who can work with the grand challenges, but also he can know how can he make a good project with present technologies.
Yes, I completely understand that, and there are two or three perspectives. One perspective is this of the universities. So maybe you know a little bit the history of art and design universities. So in some countries we are more attached to, let's say, to the labor market, or to train people who can go directly to the labor market. In other countries it's more, or in other cultures it's more that design university is seen as a part of the academics, you know, so producing not products but producing more knowledge and science. So that are two different roles and I think as you said, the question is a little bit the compromise. At one side, we like to train our students that they are ready for a labor market, and we know these labor markets already. But at the other hand, we have to create new labor markets. We have to create new possibilities, new options. And this is not only because we say, let's see, we are designers, we are very, very creative. We have to prove that. And we have to prove that with how we tackle problems. And what you say, this box of sheet metal, it's always, I mean, when we train students, you can say, okay, design, let's say, design a coffee cup. Here I have a coffee cup. And that's already framed. So students start to design more or less beautiful coffee cups, but you can also say, design something which you can drink coffee from. That's probably not a coffee cup. That's probably something different. So I think it's the real question is not what you produce, it's more what you think about. And if you look at the future problems, Henrique said also that climate change and sustainability, we see this dramatically. That's a problem you can't solve with designing something which you already know, because we have to change behavior, we have to change values. It's a lot of things, and designer can help on that. But that's not solved with simply say, okay, design the next steel box of metal or design the next iPhone. That's a labor market which is existing. I really acknowledge that, and that's also good. But as a discipline and as academics, we should go forward, and we should be on the front of developing our own education.
I have a question for these roles. I think there is also the third role. It's also craftsmanship, artisan things. You know that it's a big market also.
Yes.
It's not only academic, and it's not only a labor market. Yeah, and it's craftsmanship. It's fashion design, jewelry design, watches design, and lots of these things. And it's huge markets.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But also these, I mean, the problem is if you box them and if you say, okay, you are doing this, you are designing watches or fashion, then you have that's good. That's a huge market, as you say. But on the other hand, if you look at the history of these traditions, of these crafts, they always developed themselves. So they created something new. And I think that's the interesting thing. Institutions like we are, like universities, should seen much more as research labs, even for artists, artisans, and arts and crafts. So how can you develop your own techniques, your own methods forwards, instead of just copying already existing things, which you think there is a market for? Create new markets, create new knowledge, create new sensibilities for the people, show what you can do. And if we do that, not somebody is saying what we do, but we should have to do. And that's what I fear, that politics, economics say, you have to fulfill this role and please do not something different. That's the danger.
Okay, yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting because actually this aesthetics also is coming because only students can make these questions open. I mean, only students can answer this question right now. I have a problem how to drink my coffee. Maybe I don't need a cup of coffee. Maybe I need something new. But when you're already on the labor market, you are thinking more how to make money mostly, yeah, how to feed your family, for example. So right now, universities is it's a pen for these ideas. What do you think?
Yeah, but I mean, learning things, doing things properly, that's one side. I always say we have to be skilled, that's for sure. But at the other side, self-confidence is very, very important. So if a company asks me, please design the next coffee cup, I can ask them, do you really need a coffee cup? Probably we drink our coffee from something different, cups, or I don't know. So am I curious enough and courageous enough to questioning my own role, even if I lose my project? But on the other hand, I'll be seen as an innovator, you know? And I mean, that this is, some universities do that, some not. They train only for an existing market. And I think these people are the first who lose their job when it comes to the fourth industry revolution, where probably robots design for us because they simply replicate what we do. And that this is something I fear, that we lose our qualities and our, let's say, position in the economy and in the society. And I think we should think about that and explain what is our value of simply existing, because we get money from most of the universities get their money from the government, or probably also from the students. And in earlier times, we had a different role. We were asked to change something in the society. This was the role of the artist. This was the role of the architect, of the designer. And if we simply fulfill the needs of the creative industry, we can be substituted by technology. I mean, there are already artificial intelligence which is able to design a house without an architect.
Yeah, you're right. So right now, universities are making personalities, so the designer has to be a personality to make this culture.
Yes, sure. And I think that's the second part we often forget, that we not only train skills and knowledge, we should also think about to shape personalities. Strong persons which believe in what they do and can communicate with the outside world. Not the inside world is not so interesting. When two architects argument about the building, that's nice for them, but we should face much more who we are working for. And that's not only the industry, it's also the society, it's also the policy. We have a lot of stakeholders, and we should train our people to talk with them and to be self-confident and to be courageous that they say, okay, you need us if you want to change something in the system, you need us.
Yeah, okay. That's what Henrique said about ethical things in landscape design. Yeah,
that's really good.
And it's very difficult word actually, ethical, because it's about personality and people are different, and how to get everybody playing one game or maybe different games. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, it's very simple. Either you do nothing, then nothing happens, or you do something and you probably make the wrong thing. But you should be courageous and do something, try out, experiment. And the examples Henrique showed, that's great. It can go into trousers, as we say, but it can be very, very successful. And these examples, I like that, because these give a new, it's not only a place or something which is beautiful, it's experiment with landscape and offer new options which people didn't have before. You can evaluate, you can ask the people, do you like that or not, or why you like that? So that's the job of us as academics and designers. But you should evoke that and not wait till something is asking you, please make a nice place for me.
Okay, Henrique, you wanted to add something now?
Okay, no, I'm just trying to figure out, because I'm completely agree with these positions, but I want just to remember, for example, when you talk about, for example, the ethics, of course, ethics are personal, but it's because there is this, this big picture, the moment where we live with lots of tangible problems. Okay, so what you have to do is just take your position in it, right? And probably it's quite difficult for someone say, okay, no, climate change, there is no importance, or things like this, or the quantity of elements that we actually don't need and you don't know what to do with, so are populating our planet. So I think the creation of this new critical view is very important, and this is a role in the university as well, right? Because of course you are shaping or creating or giving instruments for the students to act in the future, right? So they have to be absolutely critical against, for example, what's happening, what's wrong, what the past society offers us, and it's not enough good for us in a way. So what can you make, what can be our new proposals to correct it? And so probably, of course, it's a very difficult moment, but in the same way, it's a very dynamic, very interesting this way, even because it's very difficult. So it's challenging. It's much more, powerful like a moment. And so I like it. I like these challenges, and I would love to see what's going next and how can you form critical persons, right? Because that's the most important. People that can analyze for their own capacities and their own visions, their own culture, what's wrong, what can you do to fix it or to contribute to enhance something else. So yes, this is my position. So the ethics are just part of, it's much more clear than we can imagine if you are the right place. Yeah. Even if the black side, what you say, Michael, that gives you
Come to the dark side. We have cookies.
Dark side. Yeah. Yeah, you have to understand this, okay? What is the dark side?
Exactly.
And then, of course, the choice is yours. But you must remember that the life is yours as well. So you have to, to create your future. So if you accept the cookies from the dark side, so we have to live with in the future. It's up to you. Okay.
But you know that get these cookies from the dark side, it's very pragmatic way. So right now we have very pragmatic way of living compared to what has happened in 80s or maybe like 100 years ago. It's completely different. It's what you see in different articles. So do you think that students have to think more in idealistic? Because there is no antonym for pragmatic. It's idealistic, it's aesthetic. And do you think that students have to learn how to find the balance between to be pragmatic and to be idealistic in the creative industry, I mean?
Yeah, you are talking to us or to
yes to you, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think, okay, probably what is lacking is this sort of idealism, okay, because we can't go on without idealism, right? Because in this way you are just, receiving cookies from the dark side, and we are going to go to the dark side as well, right? Sure. And there is no future. The biggest problem is nowadays we know that there is no future in this dark side. So even if you offer me, okay, hundreds of kilos of cookies, okay, I don't know how to do with, because probably I'm not going to survive to eat all of these cookies in the future, right? So we have to take in our hands today, because you are speaking to, to youngs. This new generation is our future, right? So we have to create in them, this vision that is absolutely must be very critical, and to understand what can you do, because we are not talking about, okay, then so from now on you are not doing nothing. No, it's not this way. We have to find out new possibilities, new paths, okay, new proposals, because that's our future. So they have to create this new, okay, step forward. So this is a very challenging, I know, but it's in the same time very powerful, because it's brand new things. You are going to discover things. You are going to create things. And I know how difficult it is, but it's up to them, right? So they must use this possibility, because it's a good, huge possibility. And they must understand, and they must, okay, take over and start doing things and create things and so on.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, very, very good words. Yeah, Michael, you wanted to say something, no?
No, I'm completely agree. But this decision, what we do is, as I said, is buried actually in the university and in the faculty. So that's upon us. We are responsible for that. We cannot give away the responsibility to the politicians or economy or whatever. That's we. It's very simple. Huh?
Yeah, so according to your logic with Darth Vader, cookies are good only for clones. That army of clones, they are good in this. So universities are not making clones; they're making personalities, and so yeah, it's interesting. Dmitry, you wanted to say no?
Yeah, thank you. I want to say some words about industrial designers. I see that now we are having a migration from engineering who make beautiful things to concept designers. But I believe that industrial designer also can be a half engineer. Students should know all production technologies. They need to know how and where they can buy furniture and another parts. And I really believe that industrial designer should to make a full design and construction documentation, for example, for a plastic part, for a molding. And I think also we need to have a balance between creativity and engineering of outer parts.
Mm-hmm. I completely understand that, because I have a technical background, and then I studied industrial design, and I think it's a little bit like you are, for example, a football player. You need to know and to play with all the basics, the basic of a football game. So you should be trained. But then it comes to, let's say, to the artistic part. So knowing all the basics and tackling with all these problems, but then comes the question: what do you do out of that? And for example, production technologies. You should know a lot of production technologies, and then you are trying to challenge these technologies. So it's not only that you know about something, but that you can also challenge that you can say, maybe probably we can do it from a different material with a different type of machine. So you questioning your boundaries. That's what I also said in my presentation. So probably you can use another material, you can do something more sustainable, whatever it may be. But for that, you should know the basics. Otherwise, you will look a little bit stupid. And that's what I sometimes see, that students who do not have the basics ask stupid questions. And then we are not seen as some professionals. And I think that's the basic of all disciplines is professionality, and that you learn with the basics. But then it comes to the artistic part, where you as a designer can raise questions which nobody thought about that. And that's also why I'm a little bit against that picture that a designer or an architect is a problem solver. We have a lot of problem solvers, but we are those who deliver options. Probably not one solution, maybe we show 5 solutions, and then it starts, discussion starts. What might be the best of these solutions? And then we come in a dialogue with our stakeholders, and then it begins to be interesting. And this is a part we should also train in university. A lot of universities forget that we are in a dialogue with our environment, with our context, and not only deliver a right solution.
Yeah, completely right. Yeah, 1000%, 1,000,000% right. Okay, I think Grigorii, that it's a finish line of our discussion panel. Mm-hmm. Right now we are heading to the papers presentation discussions.
Exactly.
With different speakers. Okay, guys, thank you very much, Michael. Thank you, Dmitry. Thank you, Henrique. It was very interesting and very productive, I think. Yeah, I'm really.
Thank you very much. Thank you
so much. Thank all of you. Thanks a lot.
You can also, guys, stay with us just to continue watching of the papers presentation that we will be having from now. And so just let me make sure that everyone is here, and I will try to give people the start, right? So Ellen Zhu.
Yeah. From Visual Communication Department from Tsinghua University, China.
Yes,
hello,
everyone. Thank you for your introduction. Let me just try to share my screen first. Good afternoon. I'm Ellen Zhu, a PhD student from Tsinghua University and currently researching the dissemination of Chinese culture through design. And I'm honored to deliver a presentation on this special occasion. The topic of my paper is Heart Ring, a set of stackable rings integrated with Chinese cultural and Western aesthetic. The content of this presentation is divided into 4 parts. In section 1, I will introduce the background of this research, and section 2, I will explain the origin and cultural connotation for the design of heart ring. Section 3, I will cover the creative process, and section 4 will be the design results and conclusions. The current Chinese design lacks good ideas and design methods that can integrate Chinese and foreign culture in the communication of Chinese voice. The understanding and acceptance of Chinese culture by international audience is not accurate enough, which is one of the reasons that Chinese culture cannot effectively generate emotion or resonance on the international stage through design. Suppose China culture wants to adapt to this era of globalization more quickly. In this case, it needs to combine art and design, attract and impress international audience with innovative products, break cultural barriers with cultural exchanges, and break cultural differences with cultural integration. This paper takes my ring design, heart ring, as an example to discuss the creation of the combination of Chinese character in design and Western aesthetic, expound on the development of Chinese culture's cross-cultural design. Chinese characters is one of the oldest characters globally, and they are also the statutory characters used in China today. It is a written symbol of Chinese and a carrier of Chinese culture and ideology. Every Chinese character contains the creator's wisdom and logic of the characters thousands of years ago. In the process of cross-cultural dissemination of Chinese culture, Chinese characters carry ideology and convey ideas and values to the outside world. Chinese characters have 2 cultural functions. One is to record cultural information and the other is to create cultural phenomena. All in all, Chinese characters have a clear cultural and symbolic nature. Through Chinese characters, one can understand the ideological structure and thinking characteristics of Chinese culture. Using Chinese characters as a cross-cultural communication medium can arouse the audience's curiosity and desire to explore Chinese culture. I immigrated to Australia with my family when I was 3 years old. As a Chinese, I grew up in a Western environment, and I'm still very enthusiastic about Chinese traditional culture. The diverse cultural education background allows me to have a deeper understanding of the importance of the cross-cultural nature and of art and design, while deeply understanding, appreciating the necessity and difficulty of cross-cultural communication. How to explore creative inheritance through design in the context of globalization so as to awaken the world's interest and connection with Chinese culture has become an exciting and valuable challenge. Heart Ring tries to create new concepts that can be blend Chinese and foreign culture through innovative forms of cultural communication, making Chinese characters as one of the most challenging characters to master in the world, to become a cultural media that is assembled and appreciated by everyone, regardless of ethnic, cultural, and background. Chinese characters' cultural and aesthetics meanings can be expressed in different ways, but creating cultural products that are acceptable and resonate with audience of different cultural background is a significant difficulty in the design process. Secondly, the study of Chinese characters and the study of jewelry design are intertwined with multidisciplinary fields, and the system knowledge is independent. How to effectively combine the two and systematically master Chinese characters, connotation rules, and jewelry design requires in-depth exploration to find the combination of internal and external connection and form value. Chinese characters focus on cultural purpose, while accessories focus on forms of expression. In merging the two into one, it is necessary to consider how to organically integrate the two parties' characteristics and values to form a complementary new form that triggers the audience emotional resonance to inherit cultural value. In modern society, people have begun to care about the abundance of spiritual and immaterial things in life and have higher standards for creations. That is, they have a higher level of pursuit for the design of various materials. The design mentioned here can be understood as the design language of visual communication symbols. Jewelry design is a type of visual communication symbol, especially rings. It has cognitive actions, also plays a role in the form creation and information transmission, which is it is a cultural carrier. According to the composition method of Chinese character combination and decomposition, Chinese characters are composed of strokes and radicals combined into a whole according to a particular rule. In decomposition, the strokes and radicals are deconstructed according to the structure, and each unit after the structure has a certain meaning separately. This work is cleverly divided into two parts by using the upper and lower structure of Chinese characters. For example, Si, the second ring in the image, the second left ring in the image is Si, can be deconstructed into two parts, which is Tian and Xin. Xin in English means heart. Also in this case, Xin is the radical of the character. The gold-plated Xin-shaped ring can be worn alone or combined with other platinum-plated Chinese character rings to form various Chinese characters. Each unit has independent aesthetic meanings and decorative value. At this moment, the Chinese characters have become a kind of unique visual symbol. This combination method is not the only innovation of product form, but also a deconstruction and reconstruction of the beauty of Chinese characters. Heart ring integrates my dedication and love for cross-cultural communication and has won many international recognition, including the 2017 Italian A Design Award, the 2017 German Red Dot Design Award, etc. In conclusion, during cross-cultural dissemination of Chinese culture, Chinese characters are a perceptual communication medium at the ideological level, and it is very valuable to spread cultural and ideas through Chinese characters. In the context of globalization combined with artistic design, explore the possibilities of creative inheritance and emotional transformation of Chinese characters. Explore the aesthetic meanings and expand cultural connotation so that the international community can more easily and interestingly come into contact with Chinese culture. The audience may not know Chinese characters, but through the product created by Chinese characters, they can understand and come into contact with Chinese cultures and incorporations. Heart was the symbolic and cultural connection between Chinese characters and accessories. It is a combination of cultural connotation and emotional experience. Using Chinese characters as a medium for creative design integrates Chinese characters into people's daily life, forms a fashionable and popular element, breaks the design technique of traditional accessories, uses innovative expressions that conform to the aesthetic of modern people, and expands by relying on various changes in structure and enrich the application of Chinese character elements. Through the understanding of beauty, the obstacle of cultural exchanges are eliminated so that the world can correctly understand and contact the Chinese character culture. It promotes the continuation of Chinese civilization and enhance the influence of Chinese culture on the international stage. That's all for my speech, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Ellen. Vikenty?
Yes, thank you very much, Ellen. It was very interesting. Okay, but we cannot hear you. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Again, yeah, very interesting. Right now we have a second speaker.
Sorry, but do we have any questions to Ellen?
Maybe, yes, sorry, I forgot, yeah.
From what I see in our Zoom chat, actually there is no one, but let me check also on YouTube, right? So,
right now we have a second.
Yeah, on YouTube, I also don't see any questions. So, Ellen, thank you very much. That was very much descriptive. That's why probably people didn't prepare the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the second speakers will be from India, from Karnavati University. It's Rojarit Bose and Sarojit Bose. I hope it's correct. They're from Lifestyle Accessories Department, United World Institute of Design. Please welcome, and you have your 15 minutes to make a presentation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let me just share my screen and then I will proceed. Is this visible?
Yes, yes, please.
The paper I'm presenting today examines the possible future evolution of higher education design and our responses to it. In India, every challenge tends to get magnified by the sheer size of our population. By 2030, we expect to have 142 million people aged between 18 and 23, which is the university-going ages. To put it in perspective, that is the entire population of Russia right now. It is in this context that I begin. On the right is my university, and I teach in foundation design. The world we live in, with all our divisions, rarely agrees on anything. But it is safe to say that almost everyone agrees that 2020 was a total disaster. Over the past 10 months, however, there have been some themes running concurrently that have defined the human experience, no matter which part of the world we stayed in. One was the extraordinary resourcefulness, creativity, and potential that we have displayed as a species. When faced with our deepest fears, our darkest nightmares, and the rapid demise of the familiar, the X and Y conceptual coordinates of this conference. Change is so rapid and pervasive that they inject uncertainty right into the fabric of our society, along with the very nature of education, work, and professional practice. Educational institutions, students, and graduates have all struggled to adjust to the sheer pace and scale of this change on a planetary level. The human response to this crisis has emerged from two areas: our instinctive problem-solving skills and our ability to leverage existing knowledge systems and evolve new ones. All across the world, people have collaborated in amazing ways, leapfrogging across traditional boundaries and barriers. We have battled the pandemic with almost a primal survival instinct, and use design as a universal instrument with which to unify these efforts. Design can and does embrace the whole range of human activities instead of just the so-called creative industries for the simple reason that many of the existential challenges that we face as a species lie outside these industries. And design as a system does not really care about the borders, artificial borders that we draw. It goes where it's needed. Knowledge and education also have a deep resonance for us because we have been taught to believe that within them lie our ability to imagine, prepare for, and thrive in a future that none of us can see yet. Education, therefore, constitutes a critical step in the evolving human response to the challenges that face us. Think about this for a second. The students joining our university right now, more often than not, are born in this century. They are digital natives in the truest sense, transiting the physical and digital worlds. The students today are not the same as they were 20 years ago, 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago. And yet the education system looks pretty much like the same as it looked about 100 years or so. Trying to solve the problems of this century with systems evolved for the last one. That is the crux of the problem. If you take an outdated system and take it online by attaching technology to it, like let's say a learning management system or Zoom, it does not become contextual or relevant. It was with this viewpoint that almost a decade back, the university that I work in decided to re-examine the nature of the design education it provided, its pedagogies, and its graduate profile. We hope to develop a hybrid education system by blending the best parts of a traditional university education with emerging technologies. The questions that faced us are ones that I'm sure are facing all of us today and a lot of us in this room. How do we decide what we teach and at what depth and rigor in contemporary art and design schools? It's a critical question as across the world, time at a university is a finite and often very precious resource. Will the knowledge environments of the future choose open source, open access resources and teacher autonomy in a human-centered model? Or shall we choose a different path built on a rapidly scalable content model controlled by a few companies? Will tech replace teachers or will it be a force multiplier in the hands of the best ones? We have made our choices in this regard, and I will seek to explain why we did what we did as part of university teams tasked with visualizing and evolving these future directions. The first step we kind of took was to identify what we call the 4 pillars of intellectual capital. These are metadisciplines, neural plasticity and learning, chaotic systems and cognitive flexibility, and environments both internal and external. The first area we looked at was metadisciplines. It is a known fact that various streams and disciplines that defined human knowledge networks in the last century are increasingly dovetailing into each other via a series of infinite collisions, intersections, and overlaps. We are rediscovering today what our ancestors knew thousands of years ago. The fact that a multidisciplinary approach mirrors the situations which are there in our lives. The fact, and it also equips the teachers and students with a diverse range of skills to include analysis, synthesis, problem solving, reflection, time, self, work management, research, teamwork. The second thing that we started looking at was neuroplasticity. Over the past few decades, we have made enormous strides in the field of neuroplasticity and understanding how the human brain works, learns, retains, and accesses information. In a nutshell, the brain can grow and form neural pathways throughout its life, provided it gets the stimulus to transfer experience from short-term to long-term memory. One of the most challenging areas of design education post-COVID is the ability to transfer material and tactile skills digitally. This ability of things that we could make. One of the best ways to do this is through the effort and practice that used to be taught in our traditional systems of learning through making and transferring the experience from knowing that to knowing how. Essentially, it's the difference between a curve that is right and one that feels perfect. Subjects that align, therefore, subjects that align and promote neuroplasticity, whether they belong to the older classical design education model or newer emerging subjects, find a place in our mix. Subjects like material manipulation, debate and rhetoric, and unlearning biases, social innovation, ethics are being reintroduced, expanded to complement inputs into subjects like AI, coding, and UX. The subjects we are also choosing to include have to move beyond the transfer of just knowledge and into a learning model that envisages the development of a thinking individual in all its aspects, physical, psychological, and spiritual. The third thing that we looked at was unpredictability. The human society is an inherently chaotic system. There are literally billions of variables. Add to that the disruptive technologies that have been unleashed by the fourth industrial revolution, from AI to rapid prototyping to big data. There is no way to accurately predict which way or which trigger will be significant in the future. This means we have actually no real idea of what lies around the next corner, let alone months or years ahead that we are supposed to train our graduates for. This is simply it. Despite all the talking heads, conferences, and experts, nobody really knows the shape of the future and what the hell is coming at us. Therefore, to us, it made sense to kind of reorient ourselves and train for unpredictability, flexibility, and interdisciplinarity, not just as subsets of traditional design subjects, but as core subjects in and of themselves. Could we also choose the appropriate tools? Because you see, as humans, we have this tendency to kind of think that whatever problems arise, we seem to have the right tools for it already with us, and we want to apply them. This year, we had the first enrollments in the undergraduate, master's, and a master's level programs in interdisciplinary design as a first step to emerge from the discipline-specific silos of the past. The fourth and last area we looked at were environments, both internal and external. Creative environments tend to be enormously complex and fragile things. There are conditions under which they thrive and those in which they don't. These environments are both internal and external for faculty and students at a university. We realized something early on, that the true transference of education and learning at a university like ours happens as much in the classroom as outside it. It emerges as much as from a well-designed curriculum as from post-class debates with professors, pressures of assignments, the need to make decisions and adjustments away from the safety nets of our parents. It also sometimes needs immense amounts of tea, coffee, and the occasional shot of alcohol. Our internal psychological and emotional well-being and balance are just as critical as external environments for the creative instincts to flourish. The other idea that made sense to us was to look at design through a non-form product consumption alignment. Could we seek to equip graduates with a larger understanding of the scope of design, of diverse bottom lines and a global vision to connect commercial interests with socio-cultural values? This was really important to us, as in India, social innovation is a critical avenue of design that can impact large segments of the population. When we work for areas and causes which are larger than ourselves, it is deeply satisfying and helps in the all-round development of both faculty and students. I share these directions as these are multi-decade projects and do not emerge overnight. It requires the right educators, teams, organizational will, and an institution focused on environmental control, not just command and control. We really believe that if all students unlearn a few of their attitudes and biases, if business students learned a bit of design and design students learned a bit of financial literacy, if the robotics student debated intelligence with the painter, and if the law student found comfort in the contemplation offered by sculpture, all of us would be better for it. Within the setting of our traditional university, a new set of interdisciplinary programs and practices are taking root. One that we hope will allow us to be rooted in the fundamental rigor that the practice of design demands, to learn from best practices everywhere, and yet relentlessly chart a course of our own. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting and very positive, I think. And it's, yeah, thank you very much. Maybe any questions? Grigorii, did you see any questions in YouTube?
No, right now I can say I don't see messages in our Zoom chat, and let me also check out in YouTube translation.
I think people need to understand. They need to revisit again our YouTube channel and see again your presentation to get more closer look at your presentation, and maybe they will ask you questions afterwards.
Our Zoom. Yep. So here we don't have questions too. So I think we can continue then.
Okay. If we continue, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Budraji. Thank you.
It was very, very good. Right now, we're inviting Ma Fernanda Marquez Culebra from Mexico, Universidad de Monterrey, Architecture and Habitat Science Department. Please welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome.
Do you see me?
Yes, sure.
We hear you clearly.
Okay, good. Here is a little early in the morning, so excuse me if I'm a little sleepy, but it's 3 a.m. in the morning.
Oh.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mafer Culebra. I am a design professor at the Universidad de Monterrey, Mexico. I studied industrial design in 2005. So back then, just the adventure of design was mesmerizing enough not to question anything about how I was receiving that knowledge. 10 years had passed since my graduation, and in the second wave of institutional education, I found out the missing pieces about design I didn't know that were missing at all. And the big question is the most fundamental of all, that is, what is design? And what is the concrete definition of a designer? As the 20th century advanced, it was inevitable to inquire about the inherence of industrial design in the culture, as we saw the impact of consumer goods have on the creation and modification of reality. We have attributed to objects this kind of dynamic interactivity. And for example, Lasutino says that design language acts as this peculiar cultural memory of mankind, providing the preservation of tradition and leading to the unity of groups. And for example, constructivist urbanism was implemented in the conception and construction of St. Petersburg in the early 20th century, was this austere industrial functional big design. And it was influenced by Lenin socialism, where the elimination of private property and a dedication to provide housing for all conduct to modify the way of conceiving collective and interaction in the whole generations and cities, like for all 20th century. According to Parsons, design activity involves a lot. Problem solving, creation and modification of new artifacts and processes, changing the overall view from practice to profession. We're still doing that. It has a practical utilitarian nature. It's focusing the interactive dynamics of the object. We are counting 5. It has the designer and user point of view embedded in its own conceptualization. And finally, the artifact is planned to be mass produced. Only that in one person. And until a couple decades ago, the industrial designers solved problem by creating, modifying, and transforming those artifacts. And in postmodernity, the problems surrounding artifacts and its symbolic nature have led to the questioning of the political and ethical position of the designer in the construction of the social environment. According to different literature, we have a general idea without concrete limits, really, little defined, more of a general ambition of all the activities, processes, and solutions in which the person who personifies design is involved. And one of the main conclusions, sorry to say this, reach is the design process depends on how the company is organized and where. So specifically, the position of relevance of the designer depends on the definition of design that the institution has or needs. And it varies from where the design process is put into practice. It can be in the birth of the products and service, or just the hook, the aesthetic hook to improve company sales. So it's all around the process, and you never know where you're gonna get it, or where you're gonna put, where you get to put into that process. So Parsons defines an artifact produced by design is functional, symbolic, aesthetic, but they also play a fundamental role in influencing human behavior. It's very sneaky, that design role. It seems to me then that the discussion no longer falls on the importance of design in the construction of the social fabric, by the innovation implemented by the designing in the world, but rather on the scopes, repercussion, and above all, the potential to build more empathic and balanced societies with each other. Carl Jung notes that man uses the spoken or written word to express the meaning of what he wants to convey. His language is full of symbols, but he also often employs signs of images that are not strictly descriptive. And this part, it gets me really in my designer favor, because design is a communication tool, after all. For the creation and implementation of ideas, everything is about ideas that just materialize into the real world. And since it solves problems to the production of a tailor-made solution to the context, situation, and premises, the creator of the solution is an individual or a group of people who are subjects to a certain subjectivity, and given the respective context. And from local implementation in local businesses to these large interdisciplinary frames that impact large populations, these always subjective solutions, and that's the sneaky and tricky part, to a greater or lesser communities have a cultural, ethical, political, and environmental impact that is often unattainable for the designer or groups of designers to see from the start. So, has the industrial designer has an identity crisis? I think so. And following Lasutina's train of thought, it's a crisis because both the profession and the product of the profession are defined only by the limits of our own imaginations. And these are specified in the workplace, generally associating the concept of design and innovation together. They mix it up. They then don't go apart. And these are defined by the subjectivity of each institution. So design has always an identity crisis based on that train of thought. Being one of the language of innovation, it is constantly rushing to learn and adapt the next step even before finishing the first one. So we could trace it, just part of it, to modernism, because as a normative movement that formed most of the design principles and philosophy of mostly all art and design schools in the world, its key features so to identify that what they identify as good design. According to modernism, perceived aesthetic of good design is given through reaching the ultimate functionality of objects. So the famous Bauhaus quote, "Form follows function," is not viable anymore in the 21st century. Modernist solutions have become an avalanche of consumer goods. And we can't turn around anymore about the political, social, economic, and environmental implication of design in our daily lives. For example, the consumer goods allows individuals and groups to make class distinctions, and novelty is sold as a necessity by advertisements just to enchant customers. And artifacts then project the classification associated with the representation that we form from ourselves, with the objects both towards ourselves and towards the projection we make for others individuals with whom we tend to communicate. And objects can communicate, according to Bourdieu, the indicators of personal cultural capital. This is not merely the ability to buy goods, just to buy it, that establish social status, but the capacity to appreciate and interpret a certain stylish of the consumer goods itself that establish this social status. So as he points out, and I really like and dislike this bipolar relationship with Bourdieu, is that taste classifies and it classifies the classifier. So we're classification each other all the time. In summary, and design is part of that interaction. And in summary, design is a profession closely linked to the construction of social reality. And this same profession has a serious problem of identity that results in epistemological problem. Sorry, I hate that word. And it generates a misconception both in the academy and the industry of what the design profession is, and directly modifies the person who embodies the design career. So it seems to me that the first step is to build channels to communicate and agree terms in much more effective way than the last 100 years about what is designer, what is that designer person. The concept and definition of design has become so broad that while these channels and conversation are being built, it is imperative to be considered, promoted, and be part of areas of design research in all levels possible, in the government, private, academic, industrial, public, and collective, all the institutions. It could be one of many proposals to separate and define these multiple perspectives and needs expected of this unique or design embedded in the international culture, where if the designer has a certain ambiguity about what his profession is, he or she will also be molded by the way of interpreting design of each institution. And besides the ethical dimension of both the designers and the institution regarding the political decisions made in the production of goods and services, the main question to begin to answer are, what is good design? What design ought to be, and what is considered popular design, and how design has evolved culturally. Design can be covered for several perspectives, from how we use, for what purpose, for whom, or where, in order to have a better understanding of the question, what are the real implications of design in the construction of reality? In conclusion, we can discern then that the objects are a channel of expression between individuals and societies through time, where designers have this pivotal role in the construction of the social fabric. Since the current approach that is given to design is a tool for the materialization of an idea that is usually the search for a solution that can be tangible, virtual, or discursive. The discursive is the more important of all, to a problem that can be social, economic, ecological, cultural, and political, all of those together. For ending, I will venture to argue that the position of the designer should cease, please, to be the only voice in the creation process and rather a mediator or translator of ideas. In the practice, the designer must have the ability to delimit an arc from the collection of information from the parties involved, the community, the user, and the client, and the one that pays, because not every time is the same person, to a feasible solution through an object, a system, a service of visualization. So design is as a part of the innovation activity, design as a part of the innovation activity, apart from being this mediator between a stakeholder, it has to define the scope and feasibility of each project, venturing out but evaluating the risk. In this position of idea translator, much more powerful cognitive or even artificial tools are needed for the information analysis as problems become more complex nowadays. Since one of the consequences of modernity and postmodernity is exuberant amount of useful and not so useful information that is generated every day. I think the last account was 60 hours per minute in YouTube, kind of. So that is a lot of information generated every day for too many people, sorry. So the language of design has no choice but to be in constant evolution, a constant of risk, trial, and error. This being one of the paradoxical reasons of the ontological and epistemological problem of design. The solution to the complex problem that design faced in the 20th century that already involved complete society, and that is a big challenge, must have a visible and real ethical dimension. I emphasize again that the discussion no longer falls on the importance of design in the construction of the social fabric, but on its scopes, repercussion, and above all, the potential to build better societies. That's all for my part. Thank you, Grigorii and Vikenty. I think I pronounced it well. For the time and organizing this space to share and construct ideas. I think we are all here in the same channel. And yep. I thought we can talk about it more time in the close future. Now we can have the channels to do it.
Yeah, we have one question from Maria. And the question, do you think that the meaning of the word designer has to be global, or it depends on the culture or company?
It's a balance question. Because in my opinion and in my perspective, not everything has to be white or black. You have to be this position or balance of perspective when you are in the, you have this question of design globally, what ought to be the design, and you have to get that definition and translate it to your context. And that's a big challenge because everything is changing so fast that we are not getting, we don't have this conversation fast enough to agree or hard terms, or because everything changing so fast, and AI and everything that is coming right now is going to change it even faster. So we advance on the part of the science so faster, and the human science was like, you are there, thank you. But we have to do it like in the same pace, I think.
Okay, globally, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, Grigorii, do you know any questions? If you have any questions in YouTube?
No, there are just questions about the language of our today's conference, but apart of that, nothing more. Thank you
Okay.
very much,
Thank
Fernanda.
you,
Thank
guys.
you, and sorry for bothering you at 3 a.m.
No, don't worry.
Thank you very much.
Thank
No,
you.
thank you for the invitation. I was very glad and happy about it.
We're here
It was,
too. Thanks.
yeah, it was very good. Thank you. Okay, we have another participant. It's Fan Chen from Tongji University of China, College of Design and Innovation, and we are happy to present him. Yes, hello, Fan.
Hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, easy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, firstly, I should apologize that I cannot use the background that Mr. Svetnik gave me last night because I cannot find the plus button on my interface. But anyway, fortunately, I can share my screen to you.
Okay.
Okay.
So don't worry. Yes.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to share it. Okay, let me see. Okay, this way. Okay, and I will make it submit up. Okay, this is my screen. Okay, let's start it. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chen Fan. I come from China. And currently, I'm doing PhD research in Tongji University, and I focused on my research on the design education. And today my topic is research on the transformation of design education under the background of COVID-19 epidemic. And I divided my research into 6 parts, and as you see here. And first of all, the background to the best knowledge. To our best knowledge, COVID-19 had already affected almost all of the fields in the human beings world. And as you see, for example, agriculture, industry, or even arts. And in this research, I take design as a perspective to investigate how can we respond to this condition. And especially I took design education as my research object. And through a literature review, and I recognized there are mainly 3 design education models in this world. Firstly, the one of the most traditional way is mentoring, and then that is project-based learning, and that is maybe the most popular way to do design education last century. And currently, as we all know, a massive open online course come to our insight. And as we know, it is MOOC, and especially under this epidemic condition. And they are the most, how can I say, the most popular 3 ways currently. And these conditions, they stimulate me to consider, is there another or a precise approach to conduct design education? So I outlined my research plan as this, and through case study and literature study, I outlined my research question. That is, except online learning, is there a more advanced approach to conduct design education during quarantine time, just like what we are doing now? And to respond to this question, I did field study, observation, prototyping, and interview to investigate the let's see, the solutions. Okay, in case study part, I investigate the 4 cases, the 2 in London and the other another 2 in Shanghai, respectively. And as you say, the Remakery and the Good Life Center are more focused on the focused their service on to the how can I say, makerspace, and it means to provide a platform or to deliver the making knowledge to the users. And on the other hand, NICE 2035 and the NICE Commune in Shanghai, these 2 projects are more like to create a platforms for the users and integrate the social resources and make the change happen in the community. And okay, let's go ahead. Okay, this is the main idea of my research. And as you say, on the left side, there's a diagram. It's called Spark Educational Model Diagram. This Spark model is actually it is the first phase of my entire research process. That is consists of 4 elements, as you say, the SBAC. They represents the school, the business, the academia, and the community, respectively. And there are many resources flowing among them. And in the second phase, that is the main idea of this research, I added the hub element into the Spark model. In this phase, I'm going to make the SBAC elements to be how can I say, practical, to make them practical. And the hub is a practical platform to integrate the 4 elements and to make the change or make this a concept to be practical. Yes. I hope I'm ready to explain it clearly. And also in the Spark Hub diagram, and there are also many social resources flowing among the 5 elements here. Okay. Okay, go on. And the second one, the second step is I used the PSSD to the offering map. That is a product service system, for service system design tools. Yes, the offering map to describe the details of what the Spark Hub have in details. And there's also a matrix on the left side. As you see, I use this matrix to describe the online and offline. There are 2 sides, and also the software and hardware. There are the details of the Spark Hub. And also on the right side, there are many details that the Spark Hub may be how can I say, to offer to the users. And in the future, this part will be bigger and bigger. And yes, I think so. Okay. I'm gonna to finish my presentation, and next phase, that means in the future, I'm going to do the spatial design of the Spark Hub. That is to do the like environment design or interior design, and to give the Spark Hub a physical form and in the future. And these three phases comprised of the entire research of this topic. Yes. And okay, thanks for your attention. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. Yeah, maybe any questions? Grigorii, did you see any questions?
Yes, please.
So far, I don't see, but I would like to ask you if it's possible. How can we describe in a shorter way, in the most short way, what a SPBPU hub is, in the most shorter way?
What is this Spark is, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
In 2 words. In 2 words.
In two words. Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. That is an educational model. I'm gonna say that is one model just out of the school and put the design education out of the school, and especially under the quarantine time, because as we know, we cannot go to school to learn design, right? So what if there's a new model, a new form that we can continue to learn design just in our community, and the Spark and the Spark Hub maybe provide the idea to us to do this. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I have a question. Look,
Yes.
on your triangular diagram, we can
Yes.
see that community has a straight connection with business, but in your square part, business is making connection to the community via hub. Why?
You mean
yes,
okay.
B2C, and here on the rectangular it's B2C via hub, you see?
To be okay, in the Spark B2C, you mean yes,
yeah,
business
the propaganda
to community.
platform.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and okay.
And there is no propaganda, I mean.
Yes, okay. And as we see, in the second one, Spark Hub is to some degree, Spark Hub is a kind of updated version of Spark, because I added the hub, this practical platform, into the Spark, into the previous version, because I want this one. I want the hub, HUB, this stuff to make practical stuff to integrate these all of the resources, and including people, materials, and capital, etc. To make sure to how can I say, to make them real, because a Spark is just a concept, and there should be a practical thing to make them download, how can I say, down to the earth. Yes, I think so.
Okay. Why hub cannot be part of the community?
You mean why why community, right?
Yeah, no, why hub cannot be part of the community?
Yes, of course. The hub the hub located in the community.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, sorry, I didn't explain very well just now.
It was fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we have the next presenter.
Exactly.
Rahul Bhattacharya from India, from United World Institute of Design, School of Communication. Hello, Rahul.
Can you hear me?
Hello,
yes, we can hear you.
Rahul Bhattacharya.
Rahul.
It's nice to be here, and it's a very exciting afternoon here discussing design education. And it's been my research topic for over some time now. I am Rahul Bhattacharya, formal introduction, Rahul Bhattacharya, exhibition designer, art historian, currently teaching associate professor at the School of Communication, United Eye Design. And I shall begin by sharing my screen. The problem with, no, yeah. Yeah, this is where I begin. So my paper is titled Futuring Design Education Within the Cultural Economy of India. There are certain important points that needs to be talked about as we understand design education within the cultural economy of India, because and many papers in the afternoon, I distinctly remember referring to design education as something which is very old and modernist and defined by that kind of institution building. In India, we have a slightly different story, though, of course, it doesn't bypass the modernist Bauhaus influence on the structure of design education. However, we need to note that the first design school in India actually started around only in 1961, the National Institute of Design. But I think more importantly, I think the more crucial part is that till 1986, NID was the only design institution in India. And between 1961 and 1986, the cultural economy of India goes through a huge transition as the new waves of neoliberalization start sweeping in, replacing the early modernist socialist economic structure of the country. So the gaps in between and the provocation that comes from the gaps is what my presentation is all about. And so this is just like a bullet point mapping of the 10-minute presentation. What is important is the resultant factor of these gaps and pressures that we get is that as we try to internationalize our courses, as we try to make more contemporary design education modules, and Rudrajit Bose just presented, we were a part of the same team developing similar modules, and some of the conflicts that we really face is that how do we actually look at design knowledge bases, and how do we kind of future map India? Do we future map India only from how the future is being mapped abroad and the dominant knowledge systems all over the world mapping and projecting future, and we kind of try to tap into that? Or do we also understand that each different cultural economy might have its own own future, even in a globalized world? And in that localization of future, where does the role of the current or traditional knowledge systems that have potential to really influence design and society, how do we kind of build that into our design education? Before we go into India too much, I'm kind of also laying out as to how, as a practitioner, I mean, not only as an educator, but also as a practitioner, how I look at design education. For me, so this is very interesting. Okay, so this is a creative industry session, and normally we've been trying to benchmark design education towards the future of creative industries. And most of the curriculum building takes that into account. However, today, there have been certain interesting and critical propositions. One being that design education doesn't have to think of itself, or design doesn't have to think of itself as limited to the creative industry. It can imagine itself as being valid across industries, valid to the larger industrial, cultural future of human beings. So I imagine design education as a part of the creative industry, because we are actually producing, it's actually for me an exercise in speculative design, because we are producing design and designers, not only designers, but also a lot of design, because through all the projects and all the assignments that take place as a part of teaching, a lot of production happens, whether the production happens in terms of the conceptual productions, the production happens in terms of physical productions, but keeping that aside. But most importantly, why speculative design is because the most important thing that comes out of design education is the designer. And the designer, the future designer, and a future designer is always an intangible, speculative product. And we kind of engage in future mapping, knowledge, learning, and delivery outcomes, keeping in mind, and that tension just also unfolded, I think, in a paper just a couple of papers before mine, that where are we kind of looking at current job practices, current industrial hirings, a conceptual idea of future, and how do we kind of, so for me, it is neither the future or nor the present. It is a future present context, and the future is also present in the present, and the present is also kind of being present in the future, and that is also kind of important. So now breaking down the other very important parts of my engagement, the idea about a cultural economy. So personally, what the reason why I got interested in how higher education and design is investigated and entrenched within the cultural economy of India. Because I grew up and studied within a different economic system. When I grew up and studied, I maybe paid 30 rupees per month. I don't even know how many dollars or euros it accounts to now, per month as my college fees, you know. And I do realize, and I do respect, that a lot of risks and a lot of innovation that I could pursue in my career was facilitated by the fact that I was not indebted. I had not invested a lot of money into my education, and I could come out of my design school and pursue things of passion or concept or innovation. And cut to a few years later, when I began teaching in design schools and in art universities, I realized that that something had changed, and it was important for me to map that change. So at one level, India began to sign treaties with the World Bank in the early 1980s, and we definitely see a measure of the World Economic Forum policies on education and on higher education reflecting on the way the 1986 NIFT, National Institute of Fashion Technology, comes up in Delhi, the first institution that is built after NID, which was in 1961. And the fee structures are different. And with the fee structures being different, we start getting different kind of students into institutions. The buildings start looking different. So it was not only a change that happening in one dimension. It was a change that was happening in multiple dimensions. At the same time, what is the cultural economy of India? Because the decades rather from 1980s through to 2000s was a decade of high cultural and economic optimism, and subtle important changes in labeling, like till the early 80s, India was officially always designated as a third world economy. Then in the 80s, it changed. We became an emerging economy or an emergent economy, and the change was tactile. It influenced lives, it influenced urbanization, it influenced lifestyles, and most importantly, it influenced aspirations. And most of design education that began to be structured and that began to unfold from the 80s till through the 2000s were largely focused on the aspirations of this new change. What caught my eye was that around 2 years ago, we went through a period where about 3,000 engineering colleges, maybe more, shut down in India. It was like a bubble boom bust situation in the higher education of engineering, and one needed to figure out why. And so it was obviously a question about sustainability. So when we talk about economic sustainability within a particular cultural economic context, we need to understand what is the aspiration of the people wanting to open design education places and wanting to study in the design education spaces. At the same time, what is their ability to kind of invest, to hold on to investments? What is their ability to pay and to sustain that kind of a module? So over the last year and a half, and there has been an association with Cumulus also in this matter, because there is a PRE day, practitioners, researchers, and educators. PRE India took place about a year and a half ago, and then very recently we had a PRE Kolkata. And what came out in PRE Kolkata was that from the industry, from the hirers' point of view, from the students' point of view, one very important gap that resulted was that the classrooms were not inclusive anymore. The campuses were not inclusive anymore. And we only had people from a certain section of the society studying design. At the same time, exactly parallel to this, design itself was being defined in a particular way. And today was maybe excellent in many matters, because another topic that really came across very strongly was how do we actually negotiate this definition of design. Is design more conceptual, design thinking led, solution-based project, innovation and solution-based project, or design also And I would prefer not or, and I would put in an also. The design is also a medium-led, material-led, skill-based project, and various cultural economies have various needs in the future present context. When I say, that's how I'm defining needs. So various cultural economies have various different needs in terms of the definition of design. And design by itself is not something that comes from outside, right? It is something that is defined by the practitioners. It is defined by the community. It's defined by the ecology of the makers, the students, and and at the same time, both the realities that we were talking about today kind of coexist. If I'm focusing entirely on India, there is definitely a need for a future-based problem-solving led conceptual approach to design, which maybe focuses more on innovation than on any other thing, right? Maybe there is a definite need for human-centric, eco-centric, sustainability-led measures. However, we need to also recognize that India by itself is an extremely tired cultural economy. It is not, there's the socio and economic divisions are spread both horizontally and vertically across board in the country. And there are stakeholders from all the tiers. And each stakeholder has different aspirations and different realities within the community of design. And that building of stakeholder ownership towards the definition of design. So in India, there is definitely, when I speak to aspirants or students or say parents of students, I definitely see a very strong need for a skill, material, medium-based education. It's very strongly rooted in the aspirations of the students and in the aspirations of their future employees. However, I think to kind of balance it out, the students need to be also taught that, so critical thinking for me critical thinking and critical pedagogy here becomes very important, because then we kind of think without the differences. If we say, even if you're doing a material or a skill-based exploration and answering your how, why, what questions, then I think your innovation and conceptual growth and your critical and skill-based growth happen simultaneously. They don't need to be imagined differently. However, in India, one big problem, as I mentioned in those set of bullet points, is that see, every university today wants to invest in an AI lab, feels the need to. Every university today feels the need to invest in a robotics lab. And somewhere we feel that that is where the futuring of design and futuring of societies will take place. However, if I have to also, because if design thinking or design thinking methodologies are brought into mapping the future of design education, then if you also bring in the idea of how much resources and how much investment potential is there, what really does happen is that you kind of be getting stretched both ways. So when I go to a conference and or when a foreign faculty visits my campus, there's a lot of inquiries on, say, rural engineering, innovations in the craft sector, and new possibilities of design engagement with those kind of making skills. And And there we are only talking about our new AI lab and our robotics lab. And we suddenly realize that, oops, since last 5, 6, 10 years, the focus on that section has completely gone. And
Raul, sorry, we have 1 minute. Yeah.
Yeah. So in that 1 minute, I think I would just maybe end with a provocation then, right? So, of course, it's oversimplified here, but what is more interesting for me is that if you do not want to go back to a romantic past and talk about a government looking after the higher education and kind of subsidizing higher education and making it more and more affordable. What is increasingly coming from my dialogue with the industry is that if the industry feels that that the current students are not coming from diverse backgrounds enough, they do not have that empathy is one of the important things that are beginning to lack in the students because there is not enough cross-cultural interactions in the classroom, then I feel that the industry maybe needs to look at design institutes as their future and not as something that is outside from where they can just pick up at a placement level and kind of come into a more collaborative kind of bridge making towards more inclusive classrooms. Thank you.
Rahul, thank you very much. That was so interesting.
Sorry, yeah, I forgot again to turn on my mic. Yeah, thank you very much, Rahul. It was very, very, very interesting. Yeah, we need to think about, I will revisit again our YouTube channel and see what you said. Okay, thank you very much. We are waiting for our next participant. It's Timothy.
There is no question, by the way, on YouTube and
no.
also here, but if someone in Zoom want to ask a question, you can raise up a hand. There is a button such a hand to raise it up, and you can ask a question live also.
Yeah, easy. Yeah. There is only one comment from Fan Chen. Thanks, Rahul. Yeah. Okay. Our next next participant is Timothy Korolev from Industrial Design Department of University of Louisiana at Lafayette. It's from USA. Timothy, you're welcome.
Well, thank you so much for having me today. I'm very excited to be here, and thank you to everyone for taking the time to participate today. So as said, I'm Tim Korolev. I'm with the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, and I serve in the Industrial Design Department. I'm here today to talk about natural maintenance. So some of the topics that are covered in natural maintenance are this idea of artificial natural, mindful awareness, perceptual relativity, inevitability oppression, accelerated stillness, emancipatory friction, net things, and political design. And we'll go over those briefly, and they're covered more in depth within the paper, of course. So this whole path of research kind of started with my engagement with this American robin that was building its nest this past spring outside of my apartment in Chicago. And its material choices, right? We can see this long strand of green nylon twine, this polyethylene snack bag that makes its home alongside these more natural elements of dried wisp of grass, juniper fronds, small bent maple twigs, right? And so to us, these human-made elements might appear artificial within this tool crafting, but to the robin, they were just as natural as any of these other elements, right? And were maybe even a better tool for her job and task at hand. And so to me, that's a very natural thing, right? That idea to choose the best tool for the task. And so we can start to get into this idea of how natural and artificial are very relative in their perception, right? And so to be able to engage with that, we have to start with a place of awareness and mindfulness, right? Awareness and intense engagement with the reality of our surrounding environments, this curiosity to constantly engage with and understand the world around us, right? And then the mindfulness to understand and center ourselves within that place and where we sit within that dichotomy, right? And so we can start to look at it and then engage the natural and the artificial as these overlapping spheres that are fully contained within one another, right? This allows for those within power to construct inevitabilities that are artificial, but portray them as natural. So, you know, for example, the sovereignty of a king at one point in time seemed inevitable and inescapable, right? But it was an artificial inevitability that was presented, and that wasn't seen to be natural. And of course, we've moved beyond that ideation of what a society could exist as, right? And now we're still existing within this idea of imagination oppression, right? With capitalist realism and this propaganda that kind of comes about through and from capitalism, right? We can look at Mark Fisher speaks towards, you know, Frederick James and Slavoj Žižek's reference that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism, right? But that's just been a framing of that socioeconomic reality as the peak of existence, when we can kind of see the holes and the friction of that inevitability, right? Whenever an inevitability is presented to us as designers, we can understand that there's a moment of friction that we can engage with there, right? And that's even continued further within the surveillance capitalism reality that we exist in now, right? Even to the point where through data exhaust and the understanding of actions, our interactions with each other and our engagements with reality, be it the virtual or the analog, are manipulated fully. We're no longer even to make our own decisions. We're being nudged ever so slightly towards desired outcomes by the companies that are willing to pay the bill, right? And we can see how damaging this is to our potential for imagination, right? But all of this is really just a perceptual relativity. And so we can look at like Joseph Albers' studies with colors, right? And these interactions and how we have these, of course, the orange squares are the same color, orange, hue, saturation, value, all of those are exactly the same, but because of the ground they're presented on, they appear different. Oh, pardon me. Right, so there's a relativity to that perception of where bodies exist within space. And that's just these bodies, let alone our own relative perception of what color is and how that relates back to us there. And so back to the bird, right? This is the young offspring, the first bird that hatched of the spring for this American robin we were looking at earlier. So I noticed her out in the yard grabbing night crawlers after a rain. So I went, scrambled up on the awning, kind of took some sight unseen photographs of inside the nest. And I was excited to see, you know, that there was birth, but also this interaction was quite curious to me, right? So at the beginning, we can see this young robin rising up, opening its mouth, ready to receive the food from its mother. But the mother wasn't there. It was my iPhone, right, reaching over there. But for a moment, in that perceptual relativity, my iPhone masqueraded as the mother of this bird, right? So it was able through design to have a different engagement with that reality. Of course, once the young bird realized its heir, it enacted this strategy of accelerated stillness. You can see it pressing down amongst the other eggs, being as still as possible, right? A classic prey response to try and resist the death drive, to try and maintain its existence, right? And we can see how this idea of accelerated stillness comes through in the predator-prey relationship, hunter-hunted dialectic, all of these kind of options within the reality, right? The predator stalking or trap building, right? It's this intense stillness, the prey hiding in the grass, camouflaging, et cetera, et cetera. But really this accelerated stillness is an informed waiting, right? It's preparation as action. It is mindful awareness. It's an intense engagement with the present reality of your existence to be able to better design a plan for moving forward, right? To have a more successful outcome of action that's desirable to that body. So with this idea of stillness, I kind of want to start to look at friction, right? Because friction it's a stilling motion and it resists some sort of power to enact a change, right? And so I think we can look at that as an opportunity with designers, right? Causing friction. So there's this potential for emancipatory friction, right? Friction is emancipatory. It's a painful process that's stemming from a place of love, right? But it's ongoing. Emancipatory friction is not a single action, it's a constant effort, right? We can look at this, the stamp here that's celebratory of the Emancipation Proclamation in the United States, but right, 1963, that was the heart of the civil rights movements. Black people in this country were still fighting to be recognized as full citizens, full humans, full people within the constructs of the reality, right? So that was 100 years, and that's still an ongoing struggle with what we can see with the Black Lives Matter movement and all of the civil unrest that is happening within this country and globally as well, right? So it's this constant action. Friction is not something that stops, it's continuous, right? And so as design, we have this great opportunity to engage with the populace, right? We are inherently linked to industry. And as you know, mentioned last, that is all types of industry, right? Everything now is relating back to design. And so we have this great power to impact politics across the world, right? Especially now because no object exists as a single thing anymore. Right? All objects are net things, as I like to, they're a network of things. They're relating back to maybe that concept of hyper objects that Timothy Morton puts forth, right? They have an intense engagement with reality inside and outside of themselves as well, both from like an object-oriented ontology perspective, but from just a reality perspective of the bringing about of any object into existence, right? So all design is a political act. Whether you desire it to be or not, a design is a political act, right? You are either complicit with something or radicalizing a new view, putting forth a new concept, a new idea, right? So as designers, we really do have this great potential with our work to engage in politics, right? And I think for too long, it's been necessarily this object of objects that relate to a consumerist standpoint, whereas we have that potential to engage larger systems through our objects to put forth the, societal change, right? And so, with Merle Lederman-Euclid's work, her artwork on maintenance, right, we can see how maintenance is an act of creation, right, and stemming from a place of love and critical consciousness. So we get to look around as a people and decide what we want to maintain, right? There is the option to allow look at traditions, understand what is still sensible and meaningful to us and maintain that and move it forward in an act of creation, or to discard it and allow it to fall into disrepair and disarray, right? If it no longer serves our society in a positive manner. But creation is not stemming from a single action or a single actor, right? It is a group, it is a community action. It requires multiple people and large groups of people or things coming together to promote any sort of change. Nothing great happened from an individual, right? Always as groups, always as communities. And so I'm really inspired, obviously, by Paulo Freire and bell hooks in this pursuit, right? And looking at this idea of critical consciousness of the people, right? And putting that into action through community, right? Because the education of the people through design to promote emancipatory politics is where we really have our greatest opportunity as designers and design educators, right? So really what I'm curious about is how critical consciousness can engage with aesthetics to deconstruct the presentations of natural and artificial so that design can act as political praxis to catalyze imaginations toward emancipatory futures. Thank you for your time. We can jump into some questions.
Wow, thank you very much. Very, very interesting, view. Interesting, very interesting. Have no words. I need to think about it. I need to revisit again. Very, very thank you, Timothy. Grigorii.
My side, I want to say that I really like the way of the presentation. Every time designers try to keep clean your slides, so you just concentrate on one idea, and then everything is started like popping out, and you're, oh my God, look what's going on. It's fantastic, catchy. It's really catchy. Thank you very much.
It's like our mind, actually.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to convey with that is the complexity of the hyper reality of our existence, because I think when we try to extract things too much and remove all of that information, it devalues the reality of the people that exist, right? So everything is interconnected within our reality. So it is a layering of these networks, right? Essentially there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Timothy.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay. If we don't have any question, we are heading towards the next participant, I think. And it will be Irina Tarasova and Ekaterina Kolesnikov from Architecture Department of Ural State University of Architecture of Art from Yekaterinburg, Russia. I think so.
Irina Tarasova. Can you hear us?
Yes, I see they're trying to connect us.
Okay. But can you hear us, Irina?
No sound. Can you please turn on your sound?
Yeah, we cannot hear you, and unfortunately, we cannot see you.
But we see the screen, actually.
Just one moment. Ирина, вы нас слышите? Ответьте, пожалуйста, каким-нибудь образом.
Микрофон надо включить, Ирина. У вас микрофон выключен.
Я думаю, что это связано с тем, что у нее выбран микрофон, если их, скажем, несколько и подключены к ноутбуку, да, такое часто бывает. Окей.
Но мы не слышим. We cannot hear you.
Okay, let's do like that. Let's go to the next presenter, and we will ask Irina then to take the last presentation. Okay.
Okay, we need to ask Mike Austamanolakis about.
Yeah, Michael, are you ready? Oh, Irina, we can see you for a second.
Yeah, we saw her, but we cannot hear you.
Can you hear us?
No.
Maybe she just needs to log out and log in. It normally solves the problem on Zoom.
Yeah, perhaps. Hi, Eija. Hi. Hello. Do you want to say something?
No. Excellent. Excellent presentations.
Thank
Thanks.
you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
So then, Irina, we're asking you then to take the last presentation, okay? And now we are ready to invite Michael Austamanolakis. Can you hear us, Mike?
I think no.
Yeah, sure.
Ah, yes, you are here.
Perfect.
Very
Yes.
good.
Amazing.
Okay, yeah, hold on a second. Let me just share my
Mike
screen.
is from Academy of Visual Arts of Hong Kong Baptist University from Hong Kong. Hello, Mike.
Hello. Yeah, I'm actually quite impressed with the level of the presentations. It's like very high level, very philosophical. So what I would tell you today is actually quite, it's not as philosophical, but it's straight to the point, and I'm actually presenting a problem. Basically, the problem is in literature. So we always find those terms. We find ideation, we find idea generation, and then they often mean the same thing, but they are actually quite different, and that's where it can be some confusion. So let me just give you some background. So it comes from my PhD research. I'm currently a PhD student at the Hong Kong Polytechnic, and I have been looking at the idea generation in design education. So more specifically, design schools, they improve the idea generation ability. So that's the point of the design school, one of the aims of the design school. But how does that happen, and what are the teaching strategies being used? So this is something not like very clear to me, and I haven't found like explicit like literature addressing this like this exact topic. And in what way like those in what way like the design school improve the idea generation ability? So this has been my main like umbrella question, if I can call it like that. So to position my paper like that I'm presenting in this conference, so we can think of design education being like two parts. Like on the one hand, we can say that there are some universal skills that all designers have. And on the other hand, we can say that there are some like domain-specific skills. So universal skills would be all the things that Michael was talking earlier, like critical thinking, imagination, creativity, like all of those things. And then domain specific would be things that have to do with a specific type of designer. So a graphic designer may need like editorial skills, like Photoshop, Illustrator, this type of tools. Whereas an interior designer may need 3D. However, they are all designers. So what I have been looking at is like on the universal skills, like there is the idea generation, like aspect. So what is like idea generation? So idea generation is basically the ability to generate ideas. And at this point, it's important to address like what exactly we mean by saying ability. And an example is that like everybody can run. Like everybody has the ability to run. And there is also the skill. So everybody has the ability to run, but very few can run a marathon. So running a marathon is actually a skill. So from being able to run, you develop the skill into running marathons. And if we think about it in the terms of idea generation, we can say that everyone can come up with an idea. So that's something, and it's an ability that everybody has. However, skill is when like few people can generate lots of ideas consistently and be comfortable to pretty much kill their ideas or let their ideas go and then carry on to the next, like next project or next idea. So the point of the design education is to take your ability and pretty much transform it into a skill. And a quick look, if we look at the like this tool by Google. So this is a tool that shows you how often like specific words have been mentioned throughout the centuries in literature. And as you can see, ideation is like has been a lot popular for much longer comparing to idea generation. So we could assume that actually that's the dominant term. That's actually how we call it. However, there is also another term called suicidal ideation, and it has to do when people start thinking about this idea, like, oh, I need to end my life. So actually, a lot of this, like even though this is an earlier term, ideation is also not like doesn't explicitly have to do with idea generation, even though it's a much like older term comparing the idea generation. And then in the academic literature and also in the non-academic literature, you will find that idea generation can mean ideation, or you will find that idea generation is different than ideation. And there are like some meanings that you will often find. So most common meaning for idea generation, I already mentioned that. It's basically the ability or the process or maybe the phase where you generate ideas in the design process. And then ideation can be a phase in design thinking where ideas are being generated and evaluated. Or it could be synonymous to idea generation. It's basically the ability or process to generate ideas or thinking about new ideas. And let me just show you like 2 examples. So this is a very popular book. This book has been used by a textbook in like many design schools. And in this book, the idea generation and ideation, they are basically synonymous. So they are jumping from like the one to the other, and they mean exactly the same thing. And this is another example. It's a different book. And this book is more specific. So they make a clear distinction between like ideation and idea generation. Let me just tell you about like this difference, like how they established like this difference. So basically, ideation is 2 things. Ideation is the idea generation, where you come up with ideas, and also there is also the evaluating of ideas, judging which idea is like the best one or which idea should go forward. And then if we look at the exact like terms, like what do they mean? Yeah, so idea generation is the ability or process to generate or produce ideas. Idea evaluation is the ability or process to evaluate or judge ideas. And idea generation is, it's basically the ability to generate or produce ideas. And as you can see in this table, we have basically exactly the same meaning in two different parts. And that's where it can be confusing when you read some books that say ideation and they mean idea generation. And what I find myself as an emerging scholar, I find that I often have to spend more time trying to see what the author was trying to communicate. So to conclude, so idea generation is different and ideation is not the same thing. Is it a big problem? Is it a serious problem? Not really. It only causes some confusion. And you only have to spend some more time to understand what is going on. And in a way, it's similar to some design titles. So we say industrial designer and product designer. Well, obviously there is some difference between those two, but in literature and also in the industry, sometimes people will just jump from term to term and mean the same profession. And the same goes on for graphic designers and visual communication designers and so on. So there are a lot more examples like that. So recognizing this issue and agreeing up front that, let's just decide what it means can actually prevent some mild headaches. It can just make it a little bit easier when we talk and discuss what are we talking about. So this is my presentation. Thank you so much for your time, and let me know if there's any questions.
Sorry, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting, yeah. It's a philology, actually, yeah.
I had to Google meanwhile while Michael was presenting what is some of the things, and amazing, catchy presentation. Thank you very much. So I will advise to try again Irina.
Yes.
If everything works okay, we can start with her. If not, we will ask Margherita Tuffarelli. So Irina, are you ready? Could you please turn on your microphone? Oh, I see it's on, but we cannot hear you. Try, you know what? Try go to the bottom left part of your screen, and where you have the microphone button, there is a small arrow. If you click on it, then you can choose which kind of microphone you're using. So let's say I have 2 of them, probably you have also. Try. And as I can see, Irina quit the Zoom, so probably she's reconnecting. Okay, then, Margherita Tuffarelli, please, could you start now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
I'm sharing my screen.
Buongiorno.
Margherita is from the Department of Architecture, University of Florence, Italy. Yes, Margherita, please.
I cannot share my screen because there's another presentation going.
Okay,
So
I will stop it.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now you can start.
Thank you.
Good.
Good. You see it? One moment. No, sorry. Okay. I would like to. Okay. No, sorry.
Everything is okay. You can start. Yes.
Was going along. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. The title of my today's presentation is Design in the Digital Era, Balance Between Technology, Creativity, and Culture. The aim is to discuss and to reflect the impact of digital transformation in the production of cultural and creative content, and the design role in these dynamics. So, okay. In recent years, the relationship between cultural and creative industries has assumed great importance in the international theoretical debate. This contribution considers cultural heritage and creative industries as permeable dimension, so that it's not possible to ignore the involvement of culture in the creativity dynamics. Furthermore, as reported by KEA in 2006, creativity does not happen inside people's heads, but the interaction between a person's thought and a socio-cultural context. It's a systemic rather than an individual phenomenon. This spaces converges in a broader context where current technological means participate in shaping the reality thanks to the pervasive availability and accessibility offered by the digital paradigm. New digital media are feeding the creative industry and vice versa, triggering a continuous cycle of identity and expression of contemporary cultures, whereby the cultural resources available in any medium recombines in new way. This is also true for design, which as a creative industry works by combining and digesting what the cultural world offers through its stimuli, which it continuously feeds on and which function like enzymes. Then suppose that digital transformation impacts in the production of contents, affecting and reflecting the cultural and economic functioning of society. In that case, design culture assumes a significant role, as it has always been a link between technology, market, and society. By adopting this systemic perspective, the presentation will address the role of design, and specifically the Made in Italy design, within the ecosystem that see the production of culture and creativity borrowed from the technological development. It will be taken into account that if cultural and creative industry traditionally operate according to a concentric circular model, like David Crosby wrote, technology introduces a third dimension of depth. Within a multidimensional space, design assumes the role of connector and catalyst of economic, managerial, technological, sociocultural, and aesthetic communicative knowledge. The circular movement between these two dimensions belonging to the same ecosystem that generates spontaneously and continuously over time numerous ideas and reflection of critical nature, where design participates in a controversial role. Design then assumes a vaguely paradoxical role in the ongoing technological revolution. If on the one hand it can be understood in all respect as a creative industry and therefore recognizable as a driving force for social, cultural, and economic development, compared to other cultural industries, it retained crucial peculiarities. We frame our reflection starting from the origins of the cultural industry paradigm, deeply rooted in the critical theory of the Frankfurt School, where Marx Horkheimer and Theodor Adorno highlighted how economic dynamics extended to cultural products, turning them into consumer goods. Moving from Walter Benjamin and his technical reproducibility as an element of democratization, and to Edgar Morin and his industry of the imaginary that stages collective dream in a mixture of reality and desire, this helped us understand that the development of the cultural industry has allowed the social construction of a new world of representation. Or, as Alberto Abruzzese says, mass culture has contributed to produce a new world of experiences. This is a world in which design evolved as a hinge between other discipline and system of knowledge that are much more specialized and structured. Design, as Czelasky notes, acts as a catalyst of contents and synthesizer of effects, resulting extraordinarily suited on consolidate the relationship between theory and practice, between possible and achievable. Hence, culture and creativity coexist in the same ecosystem within which the open-ended knowledge system theorized by Sennett is realized. It is a system composed of form, of processes, and cultural contents, ready to be used both as a tool to build a collective memory and also as a resource for the production of new cultural content. According to this interpretation, the design culture feeds on the cultural sphere. It brings out the stimuli for the creation of the new through connection, combination, and above all, the interpretation of different elements. The circular movement between these two dimensions belonging to the same ecosystem generates spontaneously and continuously over time numerous ideas and reflection of critical nature, where design participates in a controversial role. On the one hand, design action enhances the elaboration of products, services, or strategies aimed at bringing people together to the cultural world. And on the other hand, the product of design, the result of the design activity, being part of the cultural and creative industry, is itself recognizable in the contemporary definition of heritage. Design is therefore both an active actor and the result of a process of cyclical creation. Moreover, design output, whether physical or intangible, are a testimony of material culture that has itself evolved, influencing the culture of the future. The root of the change is to be found in some shift in the emerging social, economic, and cultural paradigm that have raised essential questions for design through its evolutionary path. Today, design can be understood as an activity, like design-driven innovation processes, as a result of these activities, and as an organized system of actors, the design system. While its disciplinary domains shift on the purpose of the design activity rather than on its outputs. This process is marked by an ever stronger attraction towards the cultural dimension to be reused to reinvent concept, products, or services. Design thus becomes the middle ground between the cultural domain and the world of innovation, translating technological progress into ever new output infused with shared values and meanings. It is a vector of the precise moment of the now, in which the past is handed over to the future, while new form of and expression of culture are introduced into social structure, flowing into cognitive capital. Indeed, in the current socio-economical context, culture, knowledge, and cognitive skills have become the main generator of value, especially as a source of creative energy for sustainable growth solutions. Understanding the function and the impact of the production processes of the new culture and creativity is therefore necessary. With this aim, we will now examine the Made in Italy system and as a case study for Italian design that is historically proved to be a design-driven innovation system where economic value stems from the ability to produce and absorb content from cultural and creative supply chains. The Made in Italy manufacturing system represents one of the most significant areas of contamination between culture, creativity, and technology, as it draws value from transforming innovative knowledge into new utilities. The roots of Italian production is in the close relationship between Made in Italy and cultural heritage that strongly affects the value and the competitive advantage of manufacturing companies. The Italian manufacturing system is mostly composed of small and medium enterprises that hold significant know-how in high-end production, based on profound knowledge and artisanal processes. On the one hand, that small medium enterprises need to safeguard and enhance their saper fare, their know-how, related to the history of the production district in which they are located. But on the other hand, this company needs innovation program, both in design and production processes. Then, through Manufacturing 4.0 guidelines, some leading companies develop significant transformation, connecting innovative technologies and artisanship to traditional processes. Hence, digital technology represents immense tool for emancipation and evolution, as well they enact a cultural shift in the whole system. As automated processes are increasingly helping managing the verification and optimization processes, the design process itself undergoes a significant mutation. With generative design taking a stand, automation goes to the DNA of the design culture, directly affecting the development of morphology and aesthetics. But while artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and robotics offer new coordinates for creativity, design will still move without patterns, configuring itself from time to time according to the design problem. Design has historically followed technological advancement, developing an interdisciplinary sensitivity, leading to attention toward a humanistic cultural dimension. Hence, the Italian manufacturing system is relevant to the discussion, as design in tradition is deeply rooted in its cultural context, making Made in Italy a productive, economical, but also a cultural phenomenon. Technology is offering new cognitive paradigm, arising automation tools to facilitate human action and bringing out new approaches to the design culture, which is now called to balance the design intelligence with artificial intelligence. Generative design is significant in this sense, as it places software environments and algorithms in charge of elaborating design inputs. Thus, artificial intelligence supports or maybe frees human creativities, reaching higher level of complexity. Now products are multifunctional, multi-interaction, lying in a multi-domain reality, undergoing a progressive dematerialization process. But, however, the material dimension is the first touch point with the cultural component in product as in services, in human artifacts. In a world shaped through and by technology, symbolic value rise in relevance. The study and the culture of form have a vital importance in Made in Italy design, but not limited to it, as it triggers daily rituals and conveys identities. Designers synthesize the syntax of advanced technology and the metaphors from humanistic culture in the material dimension of product, translating their intuition through the forms of making. The adoption of new generation technologies within the design process raises a series of critical questions for the future. Where will the path of automation of creative and design processes lead us? And most of all, what is the role of culture in the digital mutation challenge? Digital tools enhance innovation as a matter of horizontal combination through the supply chain network, rather than vertical capital disposal. This paradigm calls for a dynamic ecosystem in which small and medium-sized companies are more likely to respond to the change quickly. This is well represented by the Italian manufacturing system, where design has a growing role also in guiding and managing innovation. Design-driven innovation dynamics entwine with synesthetic experience and tacit knowledge. The result is an artist economy, proving that immaterial culture brings out new levers from value creation. The physical and the virtual merge, and the knowledge resulting in the creative culture interplay assumes a primary role for the cooperation between humans and machines. This may lead to the conclusion that future time will call more often for space where knowledge and information computational processes merge, altering the design process and the very genesis of values. Thus, the future of the creative industry is linked with the adoption of new digital technologies, which will have disruptive functional implication, not limited to the cultural sector or the artistic sector. But in this sense, the depth and the breadth of design culture will find more and more interest in the study of contemporary society, in its implication, and in new cultural paradigms emerging, but also in critical approach toward the future. Thank you. I finished my.
Wow, cool. Very interesting. Yeah.
Grazie mille, Margherita, grazie.
Okay, you're speaking Italian, so yeah.
Thank you very much, Margherita. Guys, I can say that I found some questions to Michael Austermanalakis, sorry, just before Margherita started. So if you don't mind, could we ask one or two questions to Michael Vikenty?
Sure.
Actually, I
go to.
the question was, it was like 20 minutes ago, but the question was, what is the relationship between ideation and design education? ideation looks more related with design, but education? Michael, can you answer? Or maybe you already left? Okay, maybe he left. Okay.
Probably.
Anyway, Margarita, it was really interesting, and I think this "made in Italy" phrase is so important in your presentation that I was thinking again about "made in France," Swiss made, and yes,
yeah, it's the "made in" concept, but made in Italy. I talk about "made in Italy" because I know it well. I know it better, but I think that it's important to understand local production, because there we can find the mixture between traditional heritage, traditional knowledge, and innovative technology, and the way in which this concept merge is very interesting for us.
Yeah, sure. I'm 100% agree with you. Yeah, sure. And it makes you outstanding out of, I would say, European Union. Yeah, and in the world totally. Yeah. Okay. I cannot see any question from anybody in chat in Zoom. Grigorii, did you see any in Facebook or in YouTube?
Just a second. No, there isn't. No, there isn't.
Okay,
so...
thank you very much, Margarita. It was really interesting to revise it again. Your presentation, it's very intense and interesting. Again.
There is a big discussion in the chat of Zoom, I have to say. Like people started to discuss one specific topic. Okay, so Irina Tarasova, please.
Thank you again, Margarita.
Thank you.
Okay, hello.
Hi.
It's okay.
Finally. Welcome.
Yes.
Oh. Can I start?
Yes, sure.
I would like to show you a presentation with my colleague, Ekaterina Kolesnikova. We are from the Ural State University of Architecture and Art. Okay, that's okay. Okay. Can I?
Yes, sure. Irina, go on.
Okay. And our research is about reflexive culture and architectural science and education. And what is happening? And we can see that on the one hand, higher learning pedagogy and architectural education. And from the second hand, there is architectural education, architectural science and architectural education. And the reflexive culture is unite with these definitions. And the need to address reflexive culture is dictated by the following reasons. The first one is the need to find common grounds between architectural science and architectural education. And the second one is the need to introduce the notion of architectural pedagogy into architectural science and higher learning pedagogy. And research challenge is to define the specific of reflexive culture and architecture and education. What is about the criteria of reflexive process organization in architectural science? The criteria of reflexive process organization in architectural science could be architectural concepts, theories, notions, categories, as well as ideas, thoughts, and ability to analyze theoretical knowledge with the help of research methods from architectural science is also a reflexive process. And what about architectural education? The reflexive learning methodology includes principles of critical thinking and project-based approach. Reflexive teaching includes reflexive questioning and statement of a reflexive cognitive problem. Reflexive learning implies taking the student through activities directed at developing reflexive abilities and skills. And reflexive culture is an important part of architects' professional culture. Reflexive culture is a transition point from higher learning pedagogy to architectural science and education. And the specific of reflexive culture is that it unites the notions of reflexive learning, critical thinking, and project approach. Reflexive culture would enable architecture students to become aware of their uniqueness and find their place in culture. And this research is at the beginning, and this is our thoughts, ideas, and concepts, and we will improve our research. And it was very short. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Irina. Thank you. Vikenty, seems like we lost you, or you're here. Oh, you're here.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, okay. So let me just check if there are any questions. And
I didn't see any in chat, in Zoom chat.
In Zoom chat. Okay, fine. Just a second. So, yeah, that's it. That's it, guys. That's it. And I think in this case, we are done with the presentations, right? So everyone has presented
Thanks to
their work. Thank you very much for everyone for being here with us today, for presenting your works. It was really nice to finally see you, so to say, digitally face-to-face, because before you all had the contacts with me while via emails and other messengers. So very nice to meet you guys, and thank you again very, very much. So Vikenty, let's then sum it up, right? To see the results of the day and to discuss some important things online as well. And then around 15:30 or 15:20, I think we can finish. So what I have to say is that it was very impressive to see our first three keynote speakers, who were Ksenia Diodorova, Michael Krohn, and Henrique Pessoa. Also, we had a discussion about creativity and design in the design fields. I found that discussion quite interesting because people started to really be involved in this discussion, right? So like Michael had said very a lot of information for us, and also for me it was very, very impressive. So then the guys who has presented their works, also again, a very, very big thank you from our school and from, I hope, from Cumulus too. So I want to ask if Eija Salmi is still here with us, and maybe she want to say some last words to sum it up and to finish today's conference track.
No, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, sure.
Well, I'm not a designer, but that I value a lot creativity. And what is a big concern, at least what I can say everybody can contribute to, that governments also support creativity by creating policies that further green the environment for designers with the whole society to work, that what we do, that it really makes sense. And creativity is of course a very wide term. Yeah, it can be of course technological creativity or anything else, but that the art, design, and media is really recognized on some levels, not only within education and research. Government, that industry, business, more and more values the work we do. Rahul might have a say because we are in the same boat. We've been supporting India Kolkata development recently. Rahul, would you like to contribute something? But this is sort of very symbolic what I'm saying, not going into any details. But sort of policy is not politics necessarily, but it's a paper that is very useful sometimes.
Yeah, you're quite well aware, right, that in India we've been having this little bit of a very specific context of government moving away, further and further away from higher education and funding and supporting it. And at the same time, we are trying to channelize and see how is the industry willing to invest in terms of, and can policy making, and that is where, you are so important for me, that can policy making, because this policy making is very important but we need to have a new way of imagining policy making, which is not limited to maybe governments only, coming together from a praxis of governments, industry, and the design cultures. And in each of the localized setups that we are looking at, and even maybe internationally, if we can have this channels of policy making where people see each other as active stakeholders. So one of the problems that I've been trying, and that's happening with my talk with many industry professionals, that you can no longer look at yourself as outsider to, say, the design education program, and you have to look at yourself as important stakeholders within the program. And that is the direction will hopefully shape up soon.
To add on that by listening today, all of you, I'm suggesting that when we meet in 22, we'll have a creativity policy workshop. I mean, this is not the title, but including these elements. And policy, it's about also strategy of a university, and then creating the real operation to support the activity, and listening more also the students, because they are the ones that I hope they know what is taking place on the planet, that it's like an interaction all the time, not siloing. That is also too often taking place at the universities as well as everywhere, so that we try to create a positive snowball effect and institutionalize the individual as well as individualize the institutional, sort of win-win balance situation. But on my behalf, I'm just thanking for the great work of all organizers and all participants. It looked like we are quite many, and especially also in YouTube, many people have been able to follow. So anybody else, you professional designers, you would like to make some final remark other than I'm doing now? But thanks on behalf of our association. Great work, and first ever online design conference taking place in Russia by you all three universities. So, hurrah!
Yeah,
thank you very
much.
Thank you very much, Eija. So, if you please, I would like to congratulate also Vikenty Gryaznov, who has been our moderator of the day.
Thank you.
And I want to say that he is an associate professor of the Industrial Design Department and Stieglitz Academy in St. Petersburg. And also he's a creative director of Gryaznov Design Studio. Yeah. Also, I would like to say thanks to our organization committee and our partners also in Higher School of Economics in Moscow and St. Petersburg University in St. Petersburg, who will be having the track number 3 tomorrow. So please join them and watch for them. And also I want to say that we are very much awaiting to see you also in St. Petersburg in 2022. That I hope that we'll finally we will be able to launch the conference, right? Yeah. Amazing, amazing. So Vikenty, do you want to say something as a last word?
Yes, my last word. I'm really happy that today we got let's say big conference. It's really big because I see the chat here in Zoom and people are talking a lot and it's really cool dialogues. I'm really thankful for everybody from all parts of the world because we have Mexico, we have Hong Kong, we have Russia, we have Italy, USA, India, and all over the world. So it's very good that we are from different parts, but we are thinking on one frequency. And I hope that, yes, sure, in the future, in 2 years, after all these COVID things, we will be together and speaking personally, because this connection, this dialogue, when we see each other, when we see eyes of each other, it's much more precious than just sitting in front of the computer and trying to find some vibes. So guys, I'm really happy that this happened. Thank you, Eija. Thank you. It's very good. Thank you, all organizers. Thank you, Grigorii and Alexander Kobyshev. So yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Very much, guys. So please join tomorrow the third track in which has a name as Interaction. Please, you will find all the information of their website and the website of Cumulus Association too. So guys, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
See you soon. See you soon. Never say goodbye.
Never.
Say goodbye.
Ci vediamo.
Ci vediamo. Yes.
Vediamo dopo.
Ok. Ciao.
Bye bye. Grazie. Ciao.
Ciao.